Everybody, and welcome to Zack Snyder's magnum opus? Question mark.
If by a magnum opus you mean the thing that's apparently frightening off even some of the most loyal Snyder fans, then yes, this is what it's all culminated to.
Yes, everybody, welcome to Rebel Moon Part 1, or should I say Chapter 1? Apparently the director's cut says Chapter 1 instead of Part 1.
Right.
Can't these movies get their fucking title straight? Okay, so here's the basic gist, everybody. The original version that came out last year was called Part 1, A Child of Fire. The one we're doing today is the extended director's cut called Chapter 1, Chalice of Blood.
My best guess is that, they were called parts back when, as far as I know, Rebel Moon was just supposed to be a two-parter movie before it was apparently announced to be a 6-movie saga, so now they're gonna go, oh, no, you see, these aren't fractions of the same movie, no, they're their own parts now.
Mm-hmm. So basically, this is the extended R-rated cut, and according to Zack, it has a lot of blood and titties and shit like that.
What is this, the 80s?
Well, yeah, he did say, to be fair, that this was kind of meant to be a throwback to those old sci-fi fantasy works from the 70s and 80s. So, yeah.
Because, more blood, violence, and, nudity was, from what I recall, those were big selling points of the 80s, essentially.
Yeah, it says here, Rebel Moon is inspired by the works of Akira Kurosawa. Yeah, inspired. But, the Star Wars films, because, fun fact, Zack Snyder originally tried to pitch this as a Star Wars project to Kathleen Kennedy.
Oh, my.
Except in one of her few good moves, she actually said no. As well as heavy metal magazines as well. That's the other inspiration. In fact, the logo is an homage to that. Snyder actually apparently originally conceived the idea for this film back in college. Fun fact, everybody. I've done some research beforehand, and we have a comment from Deborah Snyder, aka Zack Snyder's wife and producer, of why there's an extended cut, despite the fact that this is on Netflix, and therefore there should be no problem. But apparently, according to Deborah Snyder, in order for them to release the completely uncompromised, uncensored versions, they had to make a PG-13 version first, because apparently if they had just gone with the R-rated versions first, they would have gotten a lot of studio notes on things.
Yeah, and not only that, but Netflix is for a lot of unrated stuff. Was the deal that there'd be notes and that would have slowed down production?
I don't know. Apparently Netflix was willing. This is one of the few projects where Netflix was willing to actually have some more control into what made it in, apparently, for whatever reason.
Not that matters, because we're now getting, I guess, that extended, full, unleashed cut.
That's what Deborah Snyder says. Whether you want to believe it or not, that's up to you. But for me personally, I have a hard time believing this. But there you go. There's your official explanation from Deborah Snyder herself.
I'll give her credit. She doesn't really have a reason to lie about this, as far as I know.
Well, it could be just PR speak. For all we know, maybe it really is. Maybe it really is just a marketing stunt.
That is possible.
Yeah. So that's basically it, everybody. And fun fact, Jova, you might remember how this is something that I found out recently. Jova, you might remember how during our Army of the Dead commentary, I was talking about how Zack Snyder had an interview where he talks about how he surrounds himself with people that align with his tastes and people he respects when it comes to getting feedback on his movies. And you were saying that, well, that doesn't necessarily mean that he surrounded himself with yes men. Well, I have another bit that he said recently, and I quote. This is something that he said right before Rebel Moon came out, and I'm quoting him right now. You may love or hate my movies. I'm 100% fine with that. But a vote against me is a vote for the focus groups. He is on. No, by saying Snyder sucks, you're also saying, you know what? Give me more focus groups. So he's basically literally saying here that, oh, if you guys say my movies suck, you're being anti-creativity, basically.
How?
Isn't that in and of itself anti-creative in terms of so you're basically saying I'm the poster child for creativity, and if you diss me, then creativity goes out the window because apparently hating one movie can do that.
No, I'm sorry. Like, how does mentioning focus groups equals anti-creativity?
Because the whole point of focus groups is to tell you, okay, you shouldn't do this with your movie, you shouldn't do this with your movie because this is.
I don't know. If history tells me anything, focus groups tends to ruin all the movies.
Well, yeah, they do, but here's the thing. The solution is not let the filmmaker do completely whatever the fuck he wants without a single hint of supervision.
My take on the thing is focus groups ideally, and mind you, ideally focus groups are meant to give feedback that does help a movie. I feel like if Snyder worded it better in a sense where, look, we know how the song and dance goes with a lot of focus groups, which admittedly do tend to end up very biased or whatnot. The problem is that the way Snyder worded it, it comes off like he can't take any criticism or doesn't want any criticism to veer stuff off from his vision, essentially.
It's abundantly clear that Zack Snyder can take criticism, because even before this, he was already doing that thing where people who don't like Batman v Superman are living in a fucking dream world and all the stuff we've brought up before. It's abundantly clear that Zack Snyder can take criticism. He just wants to surround himself with a bunch of yes men who will just let him do whatever the fuck he wants. That's it. And this is why the movies turned out the way they did, because this is Zack Snyder completely unchained, without supervision, without anyone telling him no. And that is a problem, as we've seen with Sucker Punch. Remember, Sucker Punch was also that case where Zack Snyder had complete creative freedom with Sucker Punch, and we all know how that turned out, right? Because remember, he wrote that movie too, just like he wrote Rebel Moon. Well, to be fair, unlike with Sucker Punch, he had co-writers like Shay Hatton, the guy who co-wrote Army of the Dead with him, right? And he also wrote Army of Thieves, right? If I remember correctly, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So even still, it's abundantly clear that Zack, even though he has co-writers on this, it's abundantly clear. Again, it's like with David Cage in Detroit. Even though he has co-writers, you can tell Zack is the one in the driving seat.
Although, to give him credit, we have seen a lot of ones he wrote that did turn out good in that regard. So it's not like he's, completely bad either.
Mm-hmm. The point is, he pitched it to Star, but eventually, because he did Star Wars, Kathleen Kennedy refused the project. The project was at one point planned as an original TV series. In fact, if you ask me, it should have been that, before pitching it as a film to Netflix. And that's basically it. We're going to do the extended cuts. I've seen the original cuts of this thing, and
I did too.
Twice. Yeah, and Dweb saw it with me as well. I didn't like them, and neither did Dwebs.
Me neither.
I have not seen Rebel Moon yet, so this will be.
Jov and Tail here will be the
guinea pigs.
The newcomers. I will say this, by the way, one thing that I would like to say before we start as well, everybody, regarding another thing Zack Snyder said. Zack Snyder has assured us, both him and Deborah have assured us, that apparently these two extended cuts are apparently incredibly tonally different, and they might as well be different timelines.
So maybe this will make it actually good, dare I suggest?
Let me put it this way. Based on my experience with Dawn of the Dead Extended, Watchmen Extended, Sucker Punch Extended, and the Snyder Cut, all I have to say about that, Zach, is I don't believe you. I'm not saying you're lying, because I haven't seen these yet. This is also my first time watching Extended Cuts, but I am not convinced that you are saying the truth, because that has never applied to any of your movies before. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am.
I think I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, if only because, yes, the Snyder Cut, I'd argue, is very tonally different from the original cut of that movie.
I disagree. I side with Dr. Roger the Wall, and I think it's just the same movie, just longer, honestly. And if I know my Zack Snyder extended cuts, which I do, I already know what this is going to be. The same movie, just longer. because that's what all of his extended cuts are at the end of the day. Don't get me wrong. His extended cuts so far have been improvements over the original versions. The Snyder Cut being, of course, the prime example of that. But even Sucker Punch, the extended cut, is better than the theatrical cut. It's still shit, but it's less bad shit. Same thing with Watchmen. The extended version is better. Again, so I can believe that these versions are probably better. I still don't think they're going to be all that huge improvements, because that's been the history of Zack Snyder extended cuts so far for me.
For me, the only time
again,
I've been able to compare the two is the Snyder Cut to the original cut of Justice League, and that one did feel tonally different for me, more serious. But again, that one's a different case anyway, since, you know, different directors technically. But I digress, though. Before this intro becomes as long as the movie it's based on.
Yeah. Basically, everybody. So yeah, we're doing Chalice of Blood, the extended cut, not the original version. We're doing the 3-hour version, for fuck's sake, Zach, on Netflix, so you can just start right before the Netflix logo. However, one final thing I want to say is that we're going to do something special for this for this commentary. What I have here with me, everybody, is a stopwatch. So every time you hear this beep, that's me either starting the clock or stopping the clock, because I'm going to also use these commentaries as a science experiment. We're going to find out how much slow motion is in both of these movies, because me and Dwibs saw the original cut of Part 2, and I'll tell you this much: me and Dwibs still defend that if you put in all the slow motion parts of that movie in regular motion, you can shave off 40 minutes out of that movie. Because
maybe a little bit more.
Let's just say, everybody, prepare yourself, because if you fought Zack Snyder movies at slow motion before, you ain't seen shit yet. So that's it, everybody. So you already know what to start. So 3, 2, 1, click. And I'm also gonna have my co-commentators maybe prompt me for whatever reason if there's a slow motion thing. But yeah, Netflix, you're greenlit, everybody.
It's weird. Some Netflix logos have a starry-lit sky, others don't.
I guess it's because it's custom. It doesn't even get a tutum. It just goes with the music directly.
I'd say it's custom, but like, it's weird because it's custom across some films. It's not like specific to this one film.
It used to be Cruel and Unusual, but now it's changed. I guess he changed name because I thought maybe that title could be a bit misleading.
So our story begins with a tank, it seems.
I thought it was going to blow up the logo.
Oh, wait,
yeah,
wait.
I know.
Is this secretly a trailer for Rebel Moon, the video game?
Okay, keep in mind, I saw the theatrical cut twice before this. I don't remember this tank being in the original cut.
Well, again, you and Dwibs are going to be the best experts.
Maybe I missed it.
You and Dwibs are going to be the
so
best experts for like what the original cut was, since this is my first time even seeing Rebel Moon.
Yeah, well, more so me, because Dwibs only saw it once with me. I saw it twice, one with Dwibs, one with Edge. So I have more experience.
This is a weird way to start a Dragon Ball Z live-action film.
Yeah, the ship looks like the one on Frieza.
Yeah.
Well, it looks in the back shot.
Well, at least so far it's in regular. It was moving in regular motion, so there's that.
Okay.
And there's our villain for this movie, Mr. Evil Nazi guy.
Yeah, he is literally dressed like a Nazi.
Yeah. He has the commissar hat.
If there's one thing Zack Snyder is not, it's subtle. So, but I'm not kidding. I don't even remember. I know he has a name, but I cannot even for the life of me even remember his name. Sorry.
But yeah, no, like, so far this feels like a live-action anime, which, you know, isn't particularly bad.
Well, that's kind of Zack Snyder's thing. I mean, Sucker Punch was also kind of like that. So.
You know, how sad is it that I could actually see Zack Snyder making a better Dragon Ball movie than what we actually got?
Making a better movie than Evolution is not exactly something worth bragging.
Well, okay, all joking aside, I think with, like, the right direction and restraint, Zack Snyder could legit make a great Dragon Ball live-action film.
As long as he's on a leash, sure.
Yeah.
And yeah, as you can see,
Deborah
that this was originally meant to
Bloodaxe.
be a Star Wars plot, because this kind of it's very reminiscent of the scenes between Darth Vader and the Emperor, where they're walking together alongside the soldiers, right?
That's all.
So yeah, you can tell this was originally meant to be a Star Wars project.
That's all well and good, but Deborah Bloodaxe, that's quite a name.
Yes,
Okay, so I'm guessing this is meant to be the war, because basically there's a war going on, but we don't really see much of it in the original cut, so now they're actually showing us I'm guessing that's what this is.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, in the original cut, it's more or less we got the scene of the two villains walking, and then we cut to, like, the main protagonist rather than seeing some of the war, whereas this helps establish the war better. So, I've heard
in the original cut, there's a lot of telling, not a lot of showing.
So I guess this one should address that. Okay, so I've heard two major things when it comes to this one. I've heard the mindset that, of course, this apparently improves the movie significantly. The other mindset I've heard is that this apparently makes the movie even worse, which is...
Yeah, that's something. It's because from what I've heard from people who've seen it, I haven't spoiled myself though, keep that in mind. It's very, like, some people think it's better but still not good. Some people say it's actually worse because now it's just even longer, and the extra scenes don't really fix much of anything. Again, it varies on who you ask.
So far the vibe I'm getting is Star Wars if it was more Japanese.
Yeah, and this opening feels very reminiscent of A Force Awakens, actually.
Which, hey, you know, that's not the worst thing to go for. Yes, of course, imagine someone taking cues from Star Wars, but it can work. Also, I do dig the aesthetic of, you know, classical weapons essentially being turned into laser weapons. Oh no, the pet! Not the merchandisable plushie pet. Which, yeah, did this movie get much merchandise?
Supposedly it's going to get, because Netflix really wants this to be their next big thing.
Although, from what I've heard, it might just be one of Netflix's latest ploys in essentially just making the equivalent of white noise for people. Since
because so far there's been basically zero cultural zeitgeist from this thing. Like, nobody really cares outside of the Snyder fan bros.
And again,
also, Java asked for merchandising, not franchising.
Yeah,
as in plushies, gadgets, memorabilia.
I'm assuming so.
I haven't seen it.
I can't imagine this is another thing swallowed up by Funko Pop in some kind of fashion.
Yeah, I mean, considering the heavy metal influences, you know, action figures should be a must.
So I guess this one bald guy is just that awesome.
I guess so.
Oh.
But remember, though, that was one of Zack's selling points for this cut. You get to see nudity and shit.
So they're branding people essentially as
they're literally dehumanizing them, stripping them and branding them.
Yeah, this is definitely not a questionable way to start the movie or anything.
I mean, to be fair,
I thought the opening for Pirates 3 was horribly misjudged.
This is not really a movie for kids, Vodwibs.
Right, like, okay, to be fair, I can believe they're not doing it just for cheesecake. They are doing it to show the horrors of how people, yes, particularly the Nazis, could treat those that they deemed lower than them, which, yeah, that is some Holocaust stuff right there.
Oh. Oh no, don't kill the
lemur.
The lemur thing. Whoa,
What?
shit!
Oh!
The thing just comic cons.
You know, when I compared this to
I
Dragon
guess
Ball,
the emotional value was not for the guy, but for the lemur.
I guess.
well, I had a feeling when he said, "I wish it were me," that, you know, something was gonna get sacrificed, and it probably was gonna be the pet. Well, I guess that helped the old guy escape.
Oh.
What will they do in their dark times?
They've lost their.
Grain, apparently.
Well, we're not there yet, Joe. That's a different.
I know, but it's like, it's pretty much the equivalent of it was his sled. It's the one thing everyone's touted
Yeah.
about this movie, but
It's
By the
grain, yes.
for the sake of
Well,
profession,
to be fair, Seven Samurai was basically like that. It was about protecting the food in the village too. The thing is, in Seven Samurai, that movie's great, so you can get invested because the characters are great. So
joke.
the idea of making a movie about quote-unquote grain is not necessarily a problem. It's more so the execution that's the issue.
Look, I joke, but I'll wait to see if the grain plot works out well. I do have some qualms with it in a futuristic setting, though, since, well, in the future, some resources should be easier to cultivate, but to be fair, for all I know, it might be like a Star Wars thing where they live in not the best place to grow that stuff.
There's also kind of a logistics problem with me regarding the whole grain thing, but again, I'll talk about when we actually get to it. Okay.
Look at their happier
Flashback.
times as a
Start the call
family.
pager.
Yep,
Okay,
there you go.
I'm guessing
All
this
right.
is
Slow motion.
I'm guessing this is stuff added in basically
Alright,
to
stop.
give us a better look at the background of these characters.
I don't know how much there is in the extended cuts, but the second movie has considerably more slow-mo than the first. The first one also has plenty of slow-mo, don't get me wrong. But the second movie, man. Thanks to us, by the way. You know, the ashes in the air are kind of going in slow-mo, but I guess I won't count that.
Even in real life, they don't have a natural movement.
Sure, I was just joshing, don't worry.
I suppose I'll open up with something positive. The visuals do look on point. Yes, they're a bit on the gray side, but I'd say this is the kind of movie that works with that style. Also, sudden yelling.
I mean, he did say he couldn't hear him, so.
I still think when it comes to the visual direction of his movies, I still prefer the Owl movie, right? I feel like that one was a good balance. Yeah, that one had a good sense of color while preserving his usual visual flair. I feel like he should make more movies with that color scheme.
I was expecting something like that. Like, you can join us, but you had to kill him.
Yeah, just to hammer in how evil they are.
I mean, this is the extended cut, boy. We're going to see it in wondrous, delicious detail. I mean, all that's missing is having him literally eat his father's brains too out like a jar.
Oh, it's the saw this guy's head moment.
Basically. It's really
Fist of the North Star reference for those who don't know. Go on.
It's really consistent, a lot of authoritarian regime will force people into doing bad things, so they're more malleable to their doctrine.
So I guess the pet sacrificing himself was pointless since they got caught anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I was afraid that was going to happen, but I didn't say anything. Go on.
I mean, he was trying. He did not know if it was going to succeed. Trying everything, as in.
True, yeah. Still, it's kind of a shame that this far out the gate, but granted, for all I know, these aren't even really our main protagonists. They're
No,
like
they're not.
victims
I can imagine maybe the kid actually will be incorporating some fashion later.
Imagine if he's raised to be like the second right-hand man to the Dark Lord because he's just that far gone after this.
Okay, I'm guessing he's not, but it would be kind of make sense if he's one of the main villains and this is basically his origin.
It would too, but I can tell you that this guy, okay, either he, okay, I don't think he's the kid that gets with the.
Well, we'll see. The movie just started.
I can kind of guess who this kid is in the original cut, but I'm not entirely certain yet. So hold on.
Do it.
Do it, you immortal fuck!
Come on, we don't have all day.
Imagine if he turned and just whacked the Nazi guy.
Ow.
I'm amazed he is still conscious after that, given that there's literally a dent in his head.
It works as a villain establishing moment. I said, I'm fine. Like in terms of establishing how this villain is not joking around. Kind of like how the way Ghost of Tsushima starts. I understand. That being said, when it comes to this poor family and other shit, I don't care about that. Go on, too.
I also think the blood effects so far seems to be a bit all over the place. For most of the time they are fine, but sometimes we do get weird splotches that do resemble more how it was handled in 300 Rise of an Empire.
Yeah, the CGI blood, yeah.
Again,
how sad is it that sorry.
It's Netflix. I'm not going to expect the special effects to be, really that optimal.
I swear, though,
had like $150 million. Check the budget in the meantime, since I'm trying to.
Netflix definitely has money in their coffers. Like, look at the Avatar Netflix series. Like, that one definitely has good special effects.
Yeah, that one
looks.
Yeah, the special effects on that series are on point.
And One Piece, holy cow! One Piece actually managed to look good in spite of all the doubts we had, given how tough a live action
$166 million.
Yeah, $166 million. So that's not exactly pocket change.
What are they extracting? A tooth?
Oh yeah, it looks like a tooth.
A tooth, apparently.
You see, this tooth
Which
will
is-
be.
It's part of a sort of a collection of litany. Okay.
Your tooth will make a fine addition
and I'm guessing
into
she's
my
like.
collection.
I'm
The
guessing.
Empress.
I'm guessing she's the big bad.
Princess specifically, but don't worry, we'll figure out more about her later.
Oh, a dark princess. I didn't know.
The son is taken. Yeah, like Theo predicted. Yeah, but I don't remember him being a factor in the original cut, so I guess we'll have to see how things go. Okay, I was thinking he might have been a certain other character, but now thanks to this, I know it's not. So I guess we'll have to wait and see how this goes.
If he doesn't show up in part one,
no. Never mind. I'm misremembering stuff. Like I just remembered. No, never mind. It's still possible that it's the character that I'm thinking. So stay tuned, everybody.
If he doesn't show up in part 1 or 2, how much you want to bet he's going to show up in like part 6 or whatever?
There's going to be 6. Yeah, there's going to be 6 of these, by the way.
Now, granted, to my knowledge, what it was presented as was that just the
Gray
two.
matter. Is he gonna eat that?
I feel like this scene is going on longer than it needs to, honestly. I get it, he's evil. Like, you can move on.
Is this something from the extended cut?
No. This scene is not in the original. The original cut starts with something else. This is for now. This is
new opening.
This is entire. These first 18 minutes are all new.
Okay.
I can tell you that much.
So yeah, I'm guessing this is to give better detail to just the length
Better
of
background
Also-
for the villain. Go on.
Just mentioning, almost 20 minutes in, we haven't yet got the title. Just saying.
Huh.
Like, I understand having a prologue and then jumping into the title, but considering it's supposed to be a Star Wars, esque space opera, it honestly would have been better to just start with the title. I know that the opening crawl is a bit of a cliche, but it does work.
Oh yeah, but the opening crawl is a Star Wars tradition. So if there's one franchise where that's
As
doable-
in, I understand they did not want to rip it off, but I do believe that they probably,
sure.
would have worked better here.
well, they could have done something similar, like something like a text crawl that's not necessarily looks like Star Wars, but looks something else.
Also, don't forget, Pedro, that for some reason, ever since the Disney buyout, the spin-off movies, for some reason, do not have the text crawl, even though
Well,
kind of makes sense.
correct me if I'm wrong, but back in the Lucasfilm era, wasn't the Expanded Universe stuff also without traditional Star
Oh no,
Star Wars crawl?
they added even especially the video games.
Oh wait,
Oh,
you
and
killed
he
them
killed-
anyway?
And he killed them anyway.
I mean, he's the bad guy. What
All
did
right,
you
I'm-
expect?
Okay, and now we're in space. Now we're actually going to start the way the original cut starts with the Sky Vagina.
Also,
Okay,
that
the
was
Sky Vagina from that Stephen King miniseries returns. Check this out.
also not for nothing that Rebel Moon title gave me major Star Wars vibes.
Yeah, I was about to say, depending on the camera downside, yeah, it kind
Yeah,
of
right
makes
here.
sense.
Oh, are we
Chapter
gonna
1.
are we gonna get a
Chalice
text crawl
of
too?
Blood. No. Well, the original cut didn't have it. I can tell you that much. Yeah.
I appreciate the aesthetic, but if a planet is that visible from the atmosphere, that means the gravity pulse is gonna do
Oh.
weird shit.
Oh, okay, interesting. They didn't start with the Sky Vagina. Maybe later. We'll see.
So I guess this is our protagonist, a farmer.
Or maybe the Sky Vagina
Cora.
gets replaced with.
She's,
the opening.
This is Cora, played by Sophia. I need to fire my agent Brutella.
Where have I heard that name before?
She
Okay,
was in
basically-
she was in Kingsman: The Secret Service and Star Trek
Ooh.
Beyond.
Oh,
But then
that's
she
good.
would go on to But then she was in the 2017 The Mummy movie.
Oh, right, she was the mummy in that one, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Star Trek Beyond is her best thing so far.
So basically, she was at the forefront of the start of the Dark Universe. Oh, we all know that just went places.
There you go, Jova the Grain. Well, no, I guess maybe not grain, more like earth soil.
It's basically to showcase that she loves her life, and
Okay. Sorry. No, go on.
No, I said what I had to go on.
So to recap quickly, in the original cut, it just starts with a Sky Vagina opening in space. I'm not kidding. With the ship, the villains, and that's how the villains are introduced. It's a very quick sequence. In here, I guess that scene has been replaced with that 18-minute prologue.
Before
I guess.
later, I don't know.
Huh.
We'll see. Again, the half of the fun is just covering, so let's continue. Okay, in the original cut, Cora here is the only character that had any remote sliver of investment in, because she's the only one in this first movie that gets any kind of backstory. This guy, on the other hand, in the original cut, to me, he just came across as a generic white dude.
I was wondering if he's gonna be her love interest at that.
I mean, Java, if there's any indication that when it comes to these stories, he's gonna be dead along the rest of the village.
Ah, so he'll either be the dead first love interest or the dead best friend.
I guess we'll see.
Ah, but look at that in their quaint little happy village where they roast some kind of meat from whatever
Animal.
that
It's
came.
probably a cow war equivalent of that.
I'm having a bit of trouble placing the aesthetics, though, because the first village we saw looked like it was of Japanese inspiration,
Well,
whereas...
no, more Greek. It was on a different place, but in this case, it's more Irish based.
I was talking about the clothing that I saw the people wearing in the first
Like you
village.
said, different planet, different cultures, Joe. Again, just like Star Wars.
Oh, true. It could be that. What I'm wondering is, are they going for a futuristic sense or more like, what's the way to put it? You know, like how sometimes, something like Treasure Planet, where technically the aesthetic is old-fashioned, but the technology is futuristic, since apparently the idea with Treasure Planet was to sort of be, hey, back in the time of Robert Louis Stevens, how would they have imagined space travel would be? Well, with actual galleon ships in space.
As a concept, Joe, it predates basically to the 50s with Isaac Asimov's books.
You can tell I'm the leader of the village because I have a bigger beard than all of you.
Oh, so orgy.
Yeah, basically this was something that was implied in the original cut, but in here you can actually see it.
She's immediately going for it. Holy shit!
Are we about to see some penis in this extended
Jova, that's the whole point. That's the whole point because it's the same problem I have with that scene in Matrix Reloaded where you see all the people in Zion dancing half naked. And
I was pretty sure they were having
Trinity,
an orgy in that movie too.
Kinda, yeah. Neo and Trinity just fucking each other like rabbits and everything, and it's just like, don't focus on the fleshing out their emotional connection. Focus on the physical. That's where the real character development is.
Also, Zack had no problem showcasing Dr. Manhattan's penis for Watchmen, so there is that.
Yeah, that too, yeah.
No.
And unlike with that, in here he has even more creative freedom. So,
I guess far be it from me to say that there's no place for a sex scene in a movie.
But you'll notice that since Cora is our strong, independent female character, she's not gonna be part of the orgy.
Oh, she did.
Apparently she is.
Never mind then. Yeah, this is all new for me as well, so keep in mind.
She did look like the other guy.
I'll be honest, if anything, the inkling I was getting was that, she's the only one who can't find someone she loves, but nope, apparently, she gets in on it too.
I mean, if she wants to be on it, then, fine, whatever.
Oh, sure, I had a problem with that.
I'm guessing it's part of their tradition.
Sorry. Remember, the orgy aspect was not in the original, so this is also new for me too, so.
Oh, wow, they did not show the penis.
Yet.
Knowing Zack, he's probably going to focus a lot more on the female nudity rather than the male nudity.
I mean, like Tio mentioned, he has shown penis before too.
Oh yes. I just think there's going to be more boobs than penis. That's what I'm saying.
So, what does the main actress think of this movie? Like, is she good with Rebel Moon, or is it?
All of the actors are very, positive about how they thought this is genius and great, and they, all that stuff. But again, you can't really trust them because remember, the actors from
wait, hold on, guys. The PS3 Move controllers are messing up with the bra thing. Let me just readjust that.
Thanks, David Cage.
Thanks, David Cage.
I noticed that she has some scars, actually.
Battle scars, I presume.
Yes, very good, Jova. Don't worry, we'll get insight into what.
I mean, if supposedly the evil empire is actually looking for her, that's probably a good reason for them, I suppose.
I'm guessing.
Oh no, I think I get it, but I'll mention later.
I'm guessing checkered past, essentially, where she was.
Allow me to remind you. This was originally going to be a Star Wars project.
Well, okay. I'm guessing that back then he didn't advertise as much sex making.
That's all they had it.
Okay, don't get me.
Wait,
look.
Hold on, is that slow mo?
No, it wasn't.
I'm not gonna count that. Look, Zach, if I wanted to watch porn, I'd watch porn. Was there really any point to that scene?
Well, again, I guess it's to help establish that the village has orgies for the harvest, which is
also,
important lore.
Also, it might be a good way to establish, in a more subtle, just bear with it, more subtle way, our main character's, not morality, but, where she stands. The fact that she took control of the situation, instead of having the guy doing everything.
I do notice also, though, that she seems emotionally distant on it. Maybe it's to show that while she has lust, she doesn't truly have love
Aside
in
from
her
this
life.
bit.
Yeah, for a second there, I thought the walk into the house is going to be in slow-mo.
The slow-mo comes mostly during the action sequences.
Yeah, I guess to give credit to the movie, the slow motion hasn't gotten out of control yet, as far as I see.
Don't worry, Jova, that's what the second movie's for.
But like I was saying earlier, I guess, to be fair, and, the sex scene, I guess, does help build off of her character, which I guess is what Tia was trying to get at.
More like the case of that, body language manages to, teach you everything on a visual level, if you're good at showcasing. And to be fair, if there's something that Zack is good at, is the cinematography. So yes, of course,
Alright, so now this scene actually was in the original cut.
By marrying him? Ah, afraid of commitment. Granted, if she doesn't love the guy, that's an issue too.
Yeah, that's what I thought about. It's the classic story of, she's not from the place. She has come here to escape from something, but the past will actually catch up to her and possibly kill and burn the entire village.
Yeah,
And then she'll eventually go
Again,
John Wick on them.
In itself, it's not really that much of a problem. Countless stories go like that. Even if it's not by the book like that, Xenogears basically starts like this.
Oh, sure.
But it doesn't feel like home.
Good night.
Aye.
Good night, Jim Bob. Good night, Jim Boy. Good night, Kim Mom. Good night, Ken Loy.
Jimba? Okay.
But you're not a goddess of war.
Okay.
See, now that would have been a better name than Child of Fire for the original version. I mean,
Okay, I can understand what they're saying and everything, but even if it's not too prominent as in other cases, the dialogue still has a bit of, I'm just doing a bit of an exposition on the matter rather than feeling natural.
So
Yeah.
basically, her issue is, I guess due to her upbringing or whatever made her a child of war, she can't properly feel love, or at the very least, she's been more or less trained to think that love is a weakness.
like Army of Dead works fine enough because while Zack Snyder wrote the story, Shay Hatton wrote the screenplay, right? Because Zack, I feel I get honestly, to me, Zack works better as a producer / concept guy than an actual writer. And hell, even the writer at certain points, in my opinion. Like if he stood by as just the idea man, things would go much better, in my opinion.
Okay, I haven't asked you this yet, Pedro, because, I probably will wait until this is over, but judging the regular cut, the Child of Fire, version, since, as a matter of new first title for a sci-fi project, although in this case it took off, how would you compare it to Jupiter Ascending?
That's a good question. I'm gonna have to think about that.
My.
I guess Jupiter Ascending is shorter, but again, I'll think about it.
Uh-oh. It would seem we have visitors.
I guess that seems that you
Oh,
I guess the scene what you mentioned with the Sky Gina really is not present here.
maybe they
I guess
realized it
not.
was.
Yeah.
I wonder, did
It's weird.
somebody real?
My guess is he already shot the movie knowing there were going to be two different versions, so certain scenes are exclusive to certain cuts.
Do you think maybe they got rid of the Sky Giant scene because somebody pointed out how silly it looked?
Yeah, I was about to say maybe he took in consideration some of the feedback, or Netflix took it and told him to do it.
I doubt it too. By the time the original cut came out on
Also,
Netflix, sorry. go
now
ahead.
that I have a better look at him, I think I saw the actor who plays the chief of the village.
They're here for me. Oh,
Everything. You don't know that yet, Cora, but whatever.
I'm guessing from past experience, she guesses that. But okay. I
See,
will.
the thing is, let me just say real quick. Remember, by the time the original cut came out on Netflix, everything was already shot by that point. There was no going back and reshooting things. I think so. I'm pretty sure it was already locked and loaded by the time the original cut came out.
Although to be fair, maybe it was in a way where the Sky Giant scene could have easily have been cut out and replaced with whatever they put in
guess.
for that intro. I will say this though, it's not every day I see an extended cut that actually does cut out some scenes. Granted, the two different cuts of Die Hard 5 are a thing, as Dwibs has let me know, so
Well,
I
let me
guess
help you
it is
there.
possible.
Well, let me help you there. The Sky Giant scene is basically the equivalent of the New Hope scene where we get introduced to Darth Vader, right? It's shorter and it still establishes, oh, I'm the villain and shit. But in this one, they of course went from a longer Nazi-style prologue, like Theo said.
So from what I understand, basically everything we saw on that first planet is more or less extended cut stuff.
Yeah. Also, Joe, did you notice them dropping? I think it was grain, right? Like whatever it was,
Rice,
slow
I
motion,
think.
rice in slow motion. Take that as a hint for things to come.
I guess
It might have been grain because rice is not cultivated like that. Go on.
again,
The
I will give him credit so far. The slow motion has been used to proper narrative circumstances, but yeah, I
Sure.
do get what you mean to be wary.
so the village leader is played by Corey Stoll.
So
Yeah, I think I heard him.
So yeah,
He was
there.
in the number 23,
Okay.
the Bourne Legacy. Okay, I'm not going to say all his movies. Oh, he was in Salt
Huh.
Great. Well, yeah.
as
Um,
Schneider, Bourne Legacy, Ant-Man as Darian Cross / Yellow Jacket.
Oh,
Wait,
of
really?
course, there you
That's
go.
him? Whoa, he looks different in this movie.
It does.
Well, the beard maybe, but I recognize the face. Go on.
Sure. 45 minutes in, first impressions. Okay, yes, it starts off with a lot more stuff and everything, but now it seems like we're getting back to the proper main plot. So I still get the feeling this is probably just going to be the same movie but longer. Again, typical Snyder extended stuff. But again, we'll see. It's just first impressions.
Did the Child of Fire cut had the sex scene in it or not?
Okay. The second movie, and by that I mean Scargiver, the original cut of the second movie, did have a sex scene, but it was a PG-13 sex
No, I'm
scene.
talking about the one that we saw.
Oh no, no,
Okay.
entirely new to this.
Maybe it's also one of the reasons, the regular cut is actually, instead PG, while the extended cut is R-rated.
Wait.
Yeah.
Something that's not too different from what Blumhouse tends to do.
I thought the original cut was PG-13. It's actually just PG.
Yes, no,
Well,
it's PG-13.
Remember, Joe, I'm not too, knowledgeable about the differences with those two.
Well, it's
And then
simple
he
too.
stabs him in the back.
Well, it's simple too. The number says it all. PG-13 for 13 years and up, basically.
Yeah, but I don't know. I can keep forgetting if PG is in relation to an age group of before or after
okay.
that.
Okay. But PG stands for parental guidance, as in kids can watch it, but they need to have a parent with them to, protect the kids
Okay.
and shit.
Yeah, that's actually also the case with R-rated movies too. Technically, you can bring a kid to an R-rated movie so long as they have an adult accompanying them. It's the NC-17 or X-rated stuff where, like, no, don't bring kids in here at all. Also, who's that girl who's giving the creepy stare to them?
That's basically discount Jennifer Morrison, as in Cameron from the House, right? She looks kind of like her, but yeah, she's meant to be one of the other secondary female characters aside from Cora, specifically here in the village. You'll see.
So, as for that guy you were talking about, so he did induct the boy into the army?
Yeah.
Seems to be.
So I will give it credit that in the original cut, the kid has basically no introduction, no backstory. He's just in the army, but that's it. But we have no idea of who he is beforehand. So what happens later to him kind of feels like it comes out of nowhere. So with that opening prologue, now what happens later with that character is better explained. I will give it again, typical Snyder Cut stuff. Yeah, you do get better context for things, but I'm still not gonna hold my breath for this.
I mean, again, I'll give it credit. Again, I feel like sometimes Snyder's cuts do improve, or actually do give a different enough experience to warrant it. Essentially, like I feel like the differences between the Justice League and the Snyder cut of Justice League are like night and day in a lot of cases.
That's its own kind of worms, but. Oh no! Like I said, I already admitted that this is that the opening prologue of this was an improvement over the original cut. It's more so that I'm still not super. I'm still not exactly optimistic.
Okay, if I may, while I do think that this directorial cut does have a chance for being a legit improvement, I do think it's pretty telegraphed that this was kind of a publicity stunt, in the sense that you're seriously telling me that he couldn't have released his original vision before on Netflix.
According to Deborah Snyder, they had to do it because they would get a lot of studio notes if they went with this version first, and I'm just like, really? I mean, Netflix, as far as I'm aware, is not really known for giving a lot of studio notes.
Like, not only that, but has there really been a case where studio notes pretty much made someone go, well, I'll just wait until the extended cut to do this or that? Like, granted...
Again, usually Blumhouse Production Studios, where they release in theaters PG or PG-13 cuts and then wait for the home video for the R-rated stuff.
And you know what? That does make sense, but the fact that... Wait, okay, actually, no, wait. Rebel Moon, did it come out to limited theaters at first?
Yes.
Remember, Netflix tends to actually promote a couple of their projects in theaters just so they can be eligible potentially to the Oscars.
And these extended cuts also got their own limited release for a bit. But here's the first issue I have regarding this entire thing with the grain. Okay, because if you have noticed, so his idea now is, I'm going to make your city my base, and you guys are going to feed me. You're gonna make, basically he's doing the same thing as the villain of A Bug's Life, right? Like you guys are going to feed me all of your food and all that shit and blah blah blah. Which, okay, you have an entire army with you. Are you sure that, and considering the circumstances that the chief already explained, how there's harsh winters and therefore there's much less food during the winter, which can become, so they have barely food for themselves, much less feed the entire army of this guy. My dude, as in this guy here, my dude, are you sure this plan of yours will work? I'm not sure if you thought this through.
Okay.
So it's a combination of things, like a power move to assert dominance to these people, and the fact that he mentioned that it's not so much of a blackmail, but more supposedly a partnership with the Empire, because this village has been remaining neutral until this point.
I guess, to give the movie credit, I legit thought the guy was just going to go cartoony villain and start slaughtering them, but if he's willing to try different tactics, including, actually striking a deal with them, in spite of Pedro's sound, they're suggesting that I might very well be wrong.
I mean, it's one of the cases where either they're gonna say no, or he finds out that Cora, is in it and deems them traitors.
I suppose, to be fair, grain or not, the motivations are probably just to subjugate this village and plan.
Yeah, again, at the end of the day, since it's an authoritarian regime, what they basically do is to constantly have to showcase power. It's literally a case of small dick energy where they have to compensate and showcase, no, we're totally fine, guys, we swear. Sometimes, most of the times via violent means.
Literally, he's of no consequence. He doesn't even have a name as a character.
He technically does, but I don't remember it. I remember Korra's name because Korra is one of the better characters in the original cut.
Would yeah, shame if something happened.
Mm-hmm.
I know, right?
Oh boy, he's got the stick.
Well, I still
haven't watched it from the last time it was used.
I guess that new scene at the beginning was, serve better to contextualize this. So.
Yeah, no.
I wonder, would...
sorry. Go on.
Does the kid know that his family is dead?
I'm pretty sure he does.
Well, I mean, granted, he
was told
there.
that his mother and sister were going to be spared, but he hasn't seen them, so he probably believes they're just being, deported somewhere.
I guess.
Bonk.
Bait and switch. I'm guessing in the PG-13 version they averted the gaze of
the
head bludgeoning.
In the PG-13 version, it's not as graphic as in here. Yeah, but it still happens.
Would you say the PG-13 version at least handled a lot of this? Whoa!
Yep. Wow, that's
a not lightsaber if ever I've seen one.
Yeah.
But yeah, though. Would you say in the PG-13 version they used clever means to, avert the more graphic stuff, but still, not feeling too telegraphed about it?
Yeah, I will argue, yes.
Congratulations, you've just been promoted to leader.
That's the thing, Joe, but you'd think, right? But from what I recall, and remember, I watched this thing twice, the PG-13 version, I mean, I don't remember them ever actually appointing a new leader. At least not, like, in an actual proper scene.
I'm guessing the idea is in that sense.
Just even if we just don't say it outright.
Also, discount Michael Shannon right there.
Oh, yeah. Like, I was definitely getting General Zod vibes from him and his hairdo.
Honestly, this movie is just a reminder that one day I really, really, really need to start talking to you guys about the lore of Warhammer 40k.
Yeah, I'm interested in that.
Because all of the aesthetics here are almost one-to-one.
Yeah, Warhammer 40k definitely seems to be a very influential series.
It's more the other way around. It took inspiration from a lot of sci-fi products from the 50s to the 90s.
I really have to wonder what's going to be the payoff to this 2 thing, because this 2 thing was not in the
They seem to be trying to complete this mosaic using teeth as mosaic pieces tied to the princess, as you called her.
I get that, but what's the point of this, though?
I'm wondering if it'll tie into when we eventually see this Dark Princess. Which, if she is legit called Dark Princess, wow, Zack Snyder, a Rainbow Bright reference.
I don't think it's supposed to be necessarily just a ritual or something, but it's more like symbolic of something. But I guess we'll have to see.
I guess, but I'm not entirely seeing what the symbolism is. But again, the movie's not over. We'll see how things go.
I mean, the teeth are taken from the people who are felled by the admiral, So, again, it might be symbolic of the conquest.
No, not cutting this. Moving on.
it could be, part of whatever is their ritual in that regard of collecting the teeth, or it could legit just be a hunt sort of
so
mentality.
he left a small contingent to keep an eye on them.
Just to
Okay.
make sure you don't try and think of something like a rebellion.
What accent is that?
I have no clue.
Waves?
Ibs?
What
accent is he
what's it?
going for?
What's the character's name again?
Good. Wish I knew.
This Count Michael Shannon. No, when me and Duaz watched the PG-13. Oh,
Oh.
and here's James.
We have an
James.
automaton.
A robot voiced by Anthony Hopkins, of all people.
Huh. So our discount C3PO?
Basically, yeah.
Good to know. Scottish?
I guess.
The actor earlier, that was Alfonso Herrera, who's from Mexico.
Oh,
so-
boy.
I guess
So
it is.
a non-native English speaker being told to do an English accent of some kind.
All that was missing was for him to spit it back
It-
in her face.
It really is behaving like a Kenshiro villain. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
yeah, like I get the feeling that's kind of the point, because okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but Tetsuhara also was influenced by the heavy metal stuff, right?
Yes, again, and also Mad Max. And to be fair, and let's be fair, once again, authoritarian military people will abuse their power even in cartoonish way like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the biggest problems that we got as a civilization is basically forgetting that this behavior actually exists and it wasn't just a fairy tale.
He really looks like this Count Zod.
I don't know, it kind of reminds me more of Alfred Molina.
Really?
Really?
Not this
Alfred
guy, the
Molina?
other. Yeah, the one in the background.
Oh, okay. Okay, in the original PG-13 versions of the two movies, James basically talked a lot but didn't actually do anything, despite supposedly being a big deal, even though he wasn't. Let's see if these cuts fix this.
James
And if he's
is-
just a protocol droid equivalent, I don't know what he can do.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. You idiot. You're just potentially destroying one of your carriers and workers just for your sick curiosity. There's being evil, and there's being an idiot.
Welcome to fascism, Pedro.
Wow.
Yeah, in the original PG-13 cut, he just randomly starts protecting James, even though we have no context for him in the PG-13 cut, because again, that entire prologue with his family was not in the PG-13 version. So him suddenly standing up to him kind of comes out of nowhere.
So I'm guessing Eris is going to be like the token good guy of the bad guys, essentially, and he will eventually join the heroine or whatever.
Or sacrifice himself to let them escape.
Especially if he knows his family is dead, or when he finds out his family is dead. Also, yeah, you're totally gonna die, dude. Like Tia said, he feels like one of those over-the-top bad guys who you specifically make to see die in a gruesome fashion later on.
Yeah, going back to work.
Yeah. Yeah, right now we're doing the PG-13 part of the movie right now. For now, it seems like we're basically doing this.
Wait, why does the robot need to wash its face off? Does it?
He
got dirty. He got dirty.
Covered in dirt, and the commander did told him to do it. So.
Okay.
Yeah. We
But-
can't have dirty creatures.
But
can we?
guys, what if robots truly are human?
Again,
okay. Sorry, go on.
again, Jova, just read iRobot another time.
I saw the movie. I hear the book's different.
And much better.
Much better. In the PG-13 version, this is one of the first, if not the first, major heart-to-heart between two characters, so it didn't really work for me in that version. Let's see if it works better here.
So this girl's name is apparently Sam.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, Chalice. Our Chalice is the names
Where
of
is
our
Salvatore?
warriors.
Also, I'm noticing a bit of blur on the borders.
Yeah. It's not as bad as an Army of the Dead, but he still has some blur in these. Yeah.
Chosen one, got it. But she was a miracle.
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
Oh, it's like in The Batman Begins. As a man, I can be destroyed, but as a symbol, I can endure.
Also a bit like before Vendetta when he says my ideals are bulletproof.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so basically the kingdom was essentially had a coup that established these Nazi guys.
Oh, I wonder. So this person they're talking about, is she the woman we see in the picture surrounded by teeth?
Yes, the princess.
I guess the princess is missing, and one of their quests is actually to find her again.
I wonder if collecting the teeth is supposedly part of a ritual to bring her back.
I'll get back to you on that too. But flower crown. Okay. Okay. I said this in the PG-13 cut, and yeah, I still get the same thing here, the same impression in this version of the scene. I kind of wish we got to see that story that he just told us. That sounds like a more interesting story that he just said. The story of how his kingdom fell and how James failed to save his princess and shit. That sounds like a more interesting story. Can we see that, Zach?
So if I understand correctly, this princess is one that was lost, apparently maybe dead or out there somewhere.
Wait.
And James is apparently a remnant from that time.
Yeah, his name is Gunner. That's it. I remember. His name is Gunner. Thanks, movie. Wait, what do you mean this is his fault?
Remember, he's the one that started to interject and caused the admiral to go on a frenzy. Like, sure, they're still blaming him instead of, the Nazis. But, him interjecting is what caused the death of the village leader.
Okay, I get not wanting to just wait around for the end, but are you sure telling them to run's a good idea? Like, these guys have tech. What do we have as a massive group to run?
Yeah, running is not a good plan. They can easily find you and kill you and chase you, so... Not to mention, where would you even run to, exactly? Everywhere outside of this one planet is owned by the Empire, as far as we know.
Also seen this Gunther guy, or sorry, the guy with the beard that was talking before on Gunther.
Gunner?
Yeah, the one on the left. I've seen him somewhere too.
Well, some of these actors we saw in Army of the Dead and other Snyder movies, so that might be it.
Yeah, a couple of these are Snyder regulars.
Is Dave Bautista back for this movie?
No.
Like we said, Jova, supposedly in these two movies there are a couple of background characters that allegedly are from the Army of the Dead series, and that in the animated series arrive here via portal shenanigans.
Yeah.
But that it's probably just an Easter egg more than anything so far.
Just a reminder, audience, that this is technically part of the same cinematic universe as
Again,
Army of the
it's weird
Dead.
because Netflix really doesn't do that. We don't see people, from Tall Girl, ended up in Klaus or something.
I get
Can
the
you
feeling it's just something
imagine?
that I get the feeling it's just something that Zack Snyder's doing on his own, and Netflix is just allowing him to.
Also, we are now almost an hour into this movie. Okay, let's see. To their credit, they've established the villains, they've established the conflict, and,
I can
I guess
imagine someone might find
the
the pacing still slow.
Yes.
Yeah.
So far, I don't mind, but I can see why, someone will feel it slow.
I agree
Yeah, because
that the
the thing,
pacing
because
is
the
slow.
plot, the plot doesn't really justify a 3 hour and a half length.
Okay.
I'll say that much.
I'm on the wavelength that, yes, I find the pace slow, but so far it's done in a way where I can see this being potential proper build-up, so far I don't mind too much. And yes, I guess it's going to be the typical, the broken hero has to rise to the occasion, essentially, which... Wait, I wonder, what if the twist, since she's mentioned being a child of war or whatnot, what if Cora is the missing Chalice?
Mm-hmm. Remember, the PG-13 cut is 2 hours and 15 minutes, I think. Just check the length of the PG-13 cut, please, if you don't mind.
Based off from what you've described, it sounds like this movie is definitely filling in some major blanks that the original cut has.
Oh yeah, and to its credit, it is.
Original version is 134 minutes.
Okay, so 2 hours and 14 minutes, basically. Right. And yes, like Jova said, to the movies, to this cut's credit, yes, thanks to that prologue, I now have proper context for that boy, right? So, cool, okay. That being said, you still could have achieved the same effect without necessarily having this last an hour.
So where's
again, going back to my all-time favorite William Shakespeare quote: "Brevity is the soul of wit." Go on, Joel.
It's funny given how long his plays could be, but admittedly his plays used their time right. But
and not to mention, Jova, the pacing in theater plays is different from pacing in movies. They're different mediums.
That is very true. So where does Cora exactly plan to run off to? Like, is she planning to get off planet or just run to the other side of the planet and hope that they aren't scouring?
She's an outsider. I can't imagine she's gonna try to steal a ship.
They try and rape her, and of course, Cora ain't gonna stand for that.
All right, in the PG-13 cut, this is where the slow motion starts coming out in full force.
Okay, admittedly, that's a good use of the blurring out stuff to show that it's out of Cora's focus, and, she's trying to put it out of her mind, but she can't.
Yeah, I don't necessarily mind the blurring in this movie. It's not perfect, but I'll take this over Army of the Dead, definitely, because Army of the Dead's blur was abusive, remember when we saw the post-credit scene in Army of Thieves, and it sticks out like a sore thumb compared to the rest of the movie, right? So yeah, man, they really did this boy here. They really did the PG-13 cut really does this character dirty, because in the PG-13 cut he gets no background or context whatsoever. Sheesh. You might as well have cut this character altogether from the PG-13 version.
So my only wondering is, was the idea to induct him into the army strictly just a power move? Because it doesn't seem like he's a super effective soldier who's
it was a
program.
Possible, and for the boy, it was more of a case of trying to save, the rest of his family as much as he could.
Oh, I get why he did that, but I'm wondering, why did the evil emperor guy want him to join? I'm assuming
possibly
that was a power move.
To have a life to torture, still kill the father and then he killed, the mother and the sisters anyway.
Oh yeah, and I assume him basically getting him to join was like a power move to show, yep, we're just that influential.
Sofia Boutella is good in the action sequences. I'll give credit.
Well, yeah. I mean, she's another one of Sophie Butella's things is she's also a dancer.
Mm-hmm. So she's good with her body, basically. Oh, slow motion.
Time slows down to a crawl for her.
No. Yeah, if this were actually in slow motion in universe, it would have killed her by now.
All right.
Next up, discombobulate.
Again. All right, this is more like regular motion, so I'll stop.
Rocket sand.
Nice. Should we maybe be attacking her more altogether?
No, we need to focus on the hostage.
You have guns. Use them. Shoot the fucking guns, you idiots.
Remember, Pedro.
It's like in Commando.
Or Final Fantasy 13.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yes, camera, focus on that guy's crotch.
Slow motion again.
Pew!
Okay,
Oh!
I had to say that slow motion in particular, I liked it just because of showcasing the head defragmenting.
Oh, sure. And yes, Joe, as you can probably guess, it was more PG-13 in the other.
Yeah, the violence was more, toned down or obscured.
So I'm curious, did they obscure shots of them getting hit by those, or did they basically make it less bloody, essentially?
I get the feeling, comparing the two scenes, I get the feeling he shot scenes both times. One for the PG-13 version, one for because some of these bits feel like outright new moves. Some don't.
Theory, they filmed the R-rated cut, first, and then edited it out for the PG-13 version, but then used the unedited, uncensored one for this.
So
either that or they're different takes. It's entirely possible.
Now he tells James to kill them.
And I'm guessing instead he kills him.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess he doesn't.
No, he killed the guy.
No, I think she did it.
No, it was actually
the
it
robot.
was meant to be James. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You don't notice.
But yeah, I'm guessing in the PG-13 it's just bloodless disintegrations, essentially, as opposed to bloody chunks.
Yeah. Basically.
Which, hey, that's a neat enough way. You still do get...
like I said, I argue it justifies a bit more the slow motion because, yes, it does look cool.
Yeah. So, yeah, no, that was a pretty good action scene. I'll give him credit.
What have you done, Tarnation?
Oh, it does look cool. I want to emphasize this. I'm not against slow motion, and I'm not against Zack Snyder using slow motion. That's not the... Yeah.
I mean, was it necessary?
Double tap.
It's edgy and because it's
we just wanted to make sure.
Look,
yes.
You know the rules. You gotta double tap. The last thing you want is a vengeful mofo about to come get you.
Remember, Tail. This is not your grandpa's Rebel Moon, even though the original came out literally last year.
Oh, let me guess.
It's a special blaster.
He mentioned that it was at the crash, which I assume came with her when she crash landed.
Let me just finish my point. Like I said, I am not against Zack Snyder using slow motion. I'm not against any filmmaker using slow motion. I mean, I love Christopher Nolan in his movies. There are plenty of slow motion in the action sequences. I'm just trying to... My thing with the slow motion in these movies is that he overuses it to the point where it stops being cool and becomes more laughable, especially in the second film. Because slow motion is good, yes, as demonstrated in Inception, Tenet, and other stuff, right? Thing is, you also have to make sure you don't overuse it, because if you overuse slow motion, it starts to become repetitive and it starts to become more laughable than anything.
Who will join me on my quest? I guess the insurgents, the Blood Axes, are essentially the rebellion of this universe.
Basically, yeah. Yeah.
Because they did mention a Devra Blood Axe at the start of the movie, so I'm
there you
guessing
go.
she's the one in charge.
So yeah, Cora and Gunnar are gonna leave the town and gonna try to find warriors who can help them protect them from the evil Nazis.
Cool. What about Eris, which is apparently the boy's name?
Oh, that's his name, the boys?
Yeah, Eris.
Oh no, he stays. He's in love
Gonna help
with
with one of the girls, and he's gonna probably help defend the village too.
Mm-hmm.
Question.
This is another one of my things about this movie now comes into play. The plot is literally just Seven Samurai. Yes, there's the Nazi and Judaism parallels, but the plot itself, like the actual storyline and goal of the movie, is literally just Seven Samurai. Our village is in trouble because these people want to take our food. Therefore, we need to find warriors. In Seven Samurai's case, samurais who can help us and protect us in exchange for the actual food that we're supposed to provide the bad guys. Basically.
I will say, I find it weird that apparently the whole venture is taking place on this one planet. Like, I actually thought this.
I think that's the entire name of a franchise, the Rebel Moon.
Yep.
Huh.
It's not even a planet; it's a satellite, apparently, which would make sense with the planet in the background. I guess it's kind of similar to how Pandora is in the Avatar mythos.
I guess the reason I'm a bit
also.
stupefied as well, they're one planet against what I assume is a galactic empire, going off of the fact that we've seen these guys attacking other worlds. So, like, will this one world be able to hold out against them? Like, in Star Wars, it was like a whole Federation, or at least the Resistance or Rebellion, essentially spread out across, a dozen different
this is the
systems.
start of a rebellion, Jova.
That is possible.
I can tell that the PG-13 cut, Joe, but didn't exactly elaborate, not much. Okay, so now it's time for Cora to explain to Gunnar her backstory and what is her relationship with the Empire.
I'm guessing in regards to Eris, we're going to learn more about him overall in these extended cuts, and from what you've told me, it sounds like he did not factor as much in the original cuts.
Well, technically we already learned his background, so I'm not entirely certain if there's much more.
Well, apparently he was the prince of that city we saw.
I guess, but, his princehood means nothing in this village, so...
Oh my god, he's Vegeta.
So there you go. This is child Cora when her planet was attacked by the Empire.
Oh, and they dropped a nuke.
Krypton, no!
No more nukes. No more nukes.
No, I gotta wonder, was it like her parents realized that the world was doomed, so they sent her off in a spaceship? Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, no, I don't think so, Jova.
There's your answer, Jova.
But why did they leave her alive, unless she hid when they came?
Well, the soldiers probably deemed there of no consequence, which is surprising. You would think they would have no problem in slaughtering children.
Not only that, but dudes, read the Evil Villain Guidebook. When you leave the child alive, that lets them grow up to become the vengeful hero.
I guess I'll forgive this one. Moving on.
Again, so far, and granted I know we're not even halfway, but so far the slow motion used has served a purpose, although you did seem to hint that apparently it gets egregious mainly in part 2.
We're not done yet, Jova.
True, yeah.
Just hang on to your butt.
Again, though, will we actually get something that tops the slow motion fight sex scene from...
So we... if I recall, they did mention that name before.
Acanthus. Why not?
Interesting.
Okay, back to regular motion.
He has anger management issues.
Wait, Jova. Are you trying to tell me that the evil, angry Nazi has anger management issues.
Surely you jesting.
It's but a simple observation.
FBI, open up.
Well, the FBI are now recruiting children.
I'm sorry, buddy. The Helldivers 2 convention is the other way.
He does look like he's dressed for Helldivers.
It's almost like the aesthetic in Helldivers 2 is supposed to reflect an authoritarian regime.
I was wondering, actually, Helldivers, would you say that that also takes some inspiration from Warhammer 40k?
Well,
Oh yeah, and now this, and keep in mind, this guy is not the general guy. Has this thing with Korra. Check this
Oh, I think I get it. It's to show that not everybody is really with the program in the evil army.
No, you'd think, right, Jova, that's what he's doing, but no, as you'll see.
basically, Java, it all stems to aesthetic of stuff like, say, Starship Troopers.
Ah, definitely. Pull the trigger, child. Pull the trigger!
Why
Please give us a pound, or we pull the trigger.
But she couldn't do it?
No,
Or was
I
it
think
not
it's-
loaded?
I think it's not loaded.
It was a test?
It was a test, yeah.
To showcase, to wonder
So-
if she was able to ruthlessly kill, if she was motivated by anger.
So yeah, even though they killed hundreds, of the hundred thousands of people they killed, he chose her to live for some reason. Yeah, no, saw something in me.
Let me guess.
That's the movie's explanation.
Thanos calls it balance, but it's not that much different from this.
So I'm guessing he basically raised her to be the ultimate killing machine, essentially.
Bingo.
Yeah, okay, this seems to line up with what they did when they inducted Eris into their empire. Although, admittedly, with him, they just had him kill his parents.
All right. There's also going to be quite a lot of slow-mo during the rest of this flashback, so stay tuned.
Beep, repaired.
Be prepared.
Hey, that looks like planet Earth.
You know, I've already. I'm not going to. If I do a dun 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 joke every time there's a spaceship, this is gonna get old. So insert Empire Strikes Back joke here.
Imperial March theme, yeah. Wow, they're so evil they literally made a statue of a child barfing out whatever that stuff is.
Oh, this is new. We don't actually get to see.
It is
teenage-
low mobile, I can tell.
Yeah, true. Yeah, let's count this. Why not? Yeah,
Oh, they're
slow. There you go.
They're
They-
literally shoveling the bones of their victims and burning them. Jeez.
That is also some Holocaust material there.
Because they're evil. But
And Nazis.
that too.
Yeah.
In the PG-13 version, we don't get to see teenage Korra in this flashback, so the flashback is longer here.
Also, I guess that's the same guy who she kills later on in the planet.
Wait, but it seems that the things that they're fueling with are converging to the machine instead of making it barf.
Interesting.
My God, even this scene is in slow motion.
Oh, those snooty rich people.
Get on with it.
Hold on, we're talking about the
Oh.
Chalice.
The first
we
Princess
are.
Isa. Or Isa. But, you know, the thing about legends is that they tend to be true. Jesus?
Oh no, looks like King Arthur. Getting slaughtered, I guess. Yeah, about that. Yeah.
You do it. Oh, never mind. I guess he decided to do it himself.
Also, slight lens flare, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Really do have a Thanos and Gamora thing going on, don't they? Oh, and they had robot followers, I guess.
No.
He kills both of them. You don't need to slow motion this. Like you slow motion the action scene from earlier, that's fine, but there's no reason for this scene to be slow mo.
Oh, but the humanity!
Yeah, I'll end here. Okay.
As Romo.
Yeah, never mind.
They keep using. It's interesting. They keep using the femur, as a symbol, both as a weapon and a symbol of power.
Mm-hmm.
This pleases us. Quite.
But you fell in love.
Oh, but get this, Jova. Well, actually, it's not so much. It's more so that the army told them to find a partner.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone will defend with our lives, basically to motivate them, to give them motivation. All right, the slow-mo now is right now is a bit on the lower side, but hold on, wait for it.
Come on, you actually want to live forever.
Here we go.
I mean, yeah, but they want to ape up the 300 scene. Also, Android with a standard battalion in the background.
Oh god, yeah. If modern day Zack Snyder made that this is part of the theme, it'll probably go like this. This is Sparta!
Well, there is potentially a third movie in that series coming. So maybe.
Look at all that slow-mo CGI blood.
I guess it's better animated than the blood from 300 Rise of an Empire.
Hold on. And slow-mo again.
So I'm guessing she actually did love that guy, but because he died, this is what apparently got her to quit.
And yeah, you're starting to see what I mean, Joe. But the more this franchise progresses, the more it happens.
Mm-hmm.
Christ, we got 2 hours left.
Yeah, we have 2 hours left of this, and there's gonna be more. There's more.
Lovely.
All right, let's stop here.
But that still begs the question, what made you finally quit, honey?
All right, like I did in the PG-13 cut when privately when I watched it with Dibs and Edge, I will at the very least give them credit. At the very least, they bothered to flesh out Cora and give her a full-blown backstory, at least, especially in this extended version. Because we even get to see teenage Cora, which wasn't a thing in the PG-13 version. That being said, if you want similar fleshing out for the other characters, you're going to have to wait for the second movie.
I will say, so far, I don't feel like this movie has done anything particularly bad. I mean, mind you, I'm not going to call it incredible. The pacing has been a bit lax, but I will give them credit, at least going off of the extended cut. It feels at least like they're fleshing out the characters that need to be fleshed out for the time being. Like, we got Eris's backstory, and then we got a whole whopper for Cora's backstory, though I'm guessing they're saving her leaving the Empire for a later point to get the full story of it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, cool. Is that something we find out in the second movie or later in this
Yes.
movie?
second movie.
Which, yeah, again, going back to what I was mentioning earlier, audiences, see, I was led to believe Rebel Moon was just going to be a 2-movie project because this is, from what I understand, one of those cases where part 1 and 2 are basically just 2 halves of the same movie. Like,
Yes. Yes, they are.
split down, essentially. Like
Well,
there's...
remember the official. Well, remember, even though the extended versions are called chapters, the PG-13 versions are called Part 1 and Part 2.
I mainly bring this up because, yeah, now that there's like 6 parts confirmed, I still would consider these 2 like part of the same.
4 to
Whereas,
6, yeah.
yeah, whereas I assume that the other parts will be more their own stand-up. Well, not standalone, but more their own films that stand up on their own.
I mean, not necessarily. If it's supposed to be part of a saga, it's not going to be that much different from Star Wars.
Well, okay. Let me elaborate. Like, you know how in Star Wars, yes, they're all the movies. They're part of a saga, but each still feels like a complete movie. What I'm getting at is something that's literally like, a part 1, part 2, like, say the Harry Potter Deathly Hallows or Twilight New Moon.
No. Okay, I don't know how you see it, Jova, but to me, episode 5 does feel like, part 1, that episode 6 continues.
Well, I guess for me, at least,
Hello?
Yeah.
I guess this is the continuous.
Yeah.
it's
not
fucking-
precisely.
You will
it's
never find
fucking
a
exact.
You would never find a bigger hive of scum and villainy.
I get that this was originally meant to be a Star Wars project. I do, but come on, like if you're trying to make it its own thing, come on, like don't beat this.
I can imagine how the pitch meeting.
Also, did they just recycle some of the aesthetic, practical effects from Bright? That was actually production too.
Huh.
I can imagine how the pitch meeting for this went down. Zach, this script you pitched for us. I mean, we already did The Force Awakens. We don't want to rip off Episode 4 again.
Also, did they literally just repeat that scene of the guy smoking his pipe? That looked like the exact same scene.
Yeah, I know. I was about to say that. It's like it felt like they reused that shot. I don't remember that being a thing in the PG-13 version, but keep in mind, don't quote me on it though, because maybe it was.
Anyways,
Yeah.
Anyway, Tio, just to elaborate, what I'm getting at is like, yeah, one could argue that like episodes 5 and 6 are 2 halves, but to me at least, they feel like something that you could advertise as like.
Java, hold on. I don't like you. I mean, you might as well have him say that, right?
Yeah, I had a feeling. So, what's next? Is there a lightsaber portion where someone's arm gets cut off?
Well, actually, no. The character with the lightsabers, we're going to meet her later.
Cool, yeah. Also, she's dressed a bit like a cloaked Jedi,
Like,
but
my favorite version of the I don't like you scene is the parody in the first Family Guy Star Wars special. I don't like you. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it was very much clear even from the previous dialogue that this guy wanted to rape him.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, my favorite version of the whole he doesn't like you, I don't like you either moment. Oh, slow-mo. Alright, back to regular.
get.
Seriously, what was it? Why even bother having that second of slow-mo? Might as well go the entire scene in
Avoid it
regular.
all. Also,
We
it
have to practice
started raining
movie-
again.
We have to pad this movie out somehow.
I guess so. Yeah, and since I'm a big Monty Python guy, I'm just gonna call him General Titus. Because it titters me so.
But yeah, no, just to elaborate, when I think like 2 halves of something, I'm thinking more like how, episodes 5 and 6 feel like they could still be...
this guy.
I guess he's psychic.
Yes, please share with the camera what you have to say.
He's puppeteered by the bug, like a
Yeah,
corpse.
puppeteer by the bug. Yeah.
That's
Ah,
Now, considering the cool concept that they inserted this, you'd think this character would be like a major recurring character throughout these two movies, right?
I mean,
what-
doesn't have to necessarily, but sure.
I mean, in my opinion, why bother coming up with such a cool concept for a character if it's just going to be a one-scene character?
I
War
mean,
building.
yeah, world
I don't
building.
know. It's just,
I mean,
it
that
feels
or
like a waste of a good concept, honestly.
I guess I could
Uh-oh.
call it a one-scene wonder. I'm fine with him just being an aspect of that.
I would have liked to see more.
Maybe we'll get to see more in those extra parts beyond.
I guess so. Well, I guess.
I mean, for all we know, it's not even the only one.
Hey, Cora! I brought my friends. See if you how tough do you feel like now?
Well, this might be a tricky situation.
Oh, we're gonna have to deal with this outside.
This looks like a job for slow motion fight.
Okay, I think I get it. The thing has to take hosts every now and then, but probably takes different ones every single bit. Pew! Pew!
Pew pew pew. Yeah.
Yeah, I can also tell this movie is not very friendly to Shiroi in general so far.
Nope.
Okay, now the slow motion's starting to get a little obnoxious. Like, we don't...
No, Jova. If you're already at that stage, I fear for you when we watch part 2.
Like I said, like, it's starting to get a bit obnoxious. Don't get me wrong, slow motion can be used for a gunfight, but it doesn't need to be used for the entire gunfight. Otherwise, that just makes it feel like your action scene isn't that cool,
Yeah,
and you're
that's
trying
what
to
I
use
said.
slow motion to mask it.
That's what I said. Again, you can look at Christopher Nolan's Inception and Tenet for an example of how you can use slow motion really well and use it on the right moments.
Well, the thing is, this movie also used slow motion well earlier, too, with the fight scene in the
I did.
barn, essentially. Oh, let me guess, the hooded guy is one of the warriors. Or not.
Is that
No,
Charlie
we're-
Hunnam?
Oh, maybe yes.
Old Ribs,
And are we done?
I'll
Waves,
look it up. Yeah, I'm looking.
Oh, sorry. No, I don't even know who's the person that you mentioned.
The actor Charlie Hunnam.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Yeah, it is Charlie Hunnam as Kai.
So,
Yeah.
what's
I
his
think
deal?
he's, if I remember correctly, he's Australian, I think.
No, he's British.
Oh, okay. But he's doing an Australian accent, if I remember correctly.
So I'm guessing he's one of the warriors we're looking for?
He's the Han Solo of this, well, think about it, Joe, but the protagonist came into the bar. Who does Luke meet at Mos Eisley Cantina? Han
That's
Solo,
true.
right?
All right.
Yeah, and guess what, Joe? He has a spaceship they can use. See? He's the Han
Okay.
Solo.
All right. I should mention Charlie Hunnam. He's a solid actor. However, his main weakness is trying to do accents that aren't his own.
Yeah.
Oh.
Based on this movie, I can buy that.
Oh, he sounds like he's trying with that accent. The keyword being
don't you
trying.
Why not just get an Australian actor?
Well, okay, to be fair, people can put on an Australian accent and, like, I guess maybe he needed a better coach. Well, granted, actually, what accent are these people even going for? Like, what world are they on? Like, I've heard somebody do a
This
Scottish
is one of the new
accent.
shots. This was one of the new shots for the extended cut.
Sex
female
robots?
Musketeers,
Thank you. I told that shot of the naked robot lady really added a lot to the world building and story.
Like,
You
did
know?
somebody
Yeah, right.
just make a bet that I could... Did somebody just make a bet about getting robot boobs in? Like,
Did the
I-
Millennium Falcon had a theme in The New Hope? I don't think it did. Did it?
No, not really.
So...
Believe it or not, it was not even the design they were going to use for it until the last second. The first design that he wanted to use is the ship that Leia used at the beginning of episode 4.
Mm-hmm. And how, even though he's on Solo, he does not have a Chewbacca equivalent.
Aw, what a shame.
I guess we had to do something different than the way A New Hope did it.
And by doing something different, we may just not do something that film did.
So yeah,
I can tell you that so far we're halfway through at this. Well, almost halfway through. I can tell you that so far, aside from the prologue at the beginning, not much is new. Like, yeah, there's extended versions of the scenes so far, yes, but so far this has been the same movie but longer.
Remind me again, how was the length of the original version?
2 hours 14 minutes.
So that would be roughly an hour and 20 minutes. Well, 1 hour and 1 hour and 15 minutes extra.
Meanwhile, back on planet Farm.
Remember, this has been, I guess, our Tatooine, essentially, so technically our protagonist just left this planet. So what's the idea? Fix up the ship and then get out of there?
Oh, is that slow motion technically?
Yeah, that's slow motion.
Sure, we'll count this.
Oh, we're letting the guy also help. Yeah, that's also a good point to mention. Like, is the score still done by Tom Holkenborg?
Yes.
I can tell you so far, this is one of his most memorable to me. Like, sure, not like again, nothing that I will, hum or save on an MP3, but it has a bit of a personality so far.
Also, yeah, like his previous movie, Zack Snyder was a busy fellow. He directed, co-wrote, co-produced, and did the cinematography.
For a moment, I thought you were going to say he also did the catering too, like Robert Rodriguez. But of course, the robot must look at them from afar because... Yeah,
that's the thing, Jova. This is what he does in the PG-13 cut. In the PG-13 cut, all he does is just stand around doing nothing. And I'm like, I'm going to do something eventually.
Wait. Are you saying he doesn't even participate in, like, the violent scenes in the PG-13 cuts?
No. He helps. He saves Cora in the barn scene, like we saw earlier. But that's literally the only thing he does in the PG-13 version of the first movie. For the most part, in the PG-13 version, he just stands there doing nothing and just looking down, basically.
Also, is there any reason why he can't be closer to them? Like, it's not like the villagers have shown that they hate him or anything.
I think after he killed that guy, he probably was afraid or confused. That's the vibe that I got from his expressions.
Because he went against his protocol.
So, Jova, question. I'll let you know. I guess I'll... Yeah, if I remember correctly, I think this scene is new.
So I'm guessing the plan was to try and fix the ship so they could get off as well, but apparently that's a no-go.
Mm-hmm.
They forced me to kill my father. Take his hands, girl. Heal that boy. Heal him good. I know she's supposed to comfort him, but that stare looks a little piercing.
Yeah, I agree. Shouldn't she have been smiling? Like, if you're trying to comfort the boy, you should also smile because that comforts people.
It's like the way she was staring at him.
Yeah.
Like, the way she was staring at him looks like she was peering into his soul with a penance stare.
Is this also new?
If I remember correctly, yes.
The scene with
I don't remember this bit, so yes. So it should be.
So, I'm guessing what the director's cut does is give a lot more substance to the characters that weren't essentially the main character.
So far, mostly just this boy. I can tell you that much, because I can tell you that when it comes to our quote-unquote samurais we're going to get, they don't get pretty much any development whatsoever until the second movie. Again, maybe this movie will fix it, but I doubt it. I doubt that, because okay, I'm not going to explain how, but let's just say it would make no sense to have flashbacks for them here, because that's what the second movie literally has an entire scene dedicated to that. So I'm not entirely certain how that would work, but again, we'll see how it goes.
What did the JC left? Or took? Like, they took one of the fishes that they were having there.
I couldn't tell. It was blurry. Don't worry, though. It's just like James took something, like Anthony Hopkins' bot. If it helps.
It wasn't him that fixed it, though. It was the robot.
Okay, so in this version, James fixes the ship. Okay.
Oh, wait.
Well,
Wait. Hold on.
At least he actually does something in this version, at least.
He didn't fix the ship in the original cut?
My job here is done. Whoosh.
Dude.
To be fair, he did something, supposedly.
Oh, yeah, I already gave credit there.
I was just distracting the Sailor Moon meme.
So was it Eris?
Oh, right.
So was it Eris that fixes the ship in the regular cut, I guess?
If I don't even remember who fixes the ship, if it all gets fixed in the
I guess it's
version.
I guess it's a case where they just use it automatically. Maybe
think so.
These scenes were cut away. I guess that's what they were going for.
I guess so.
Oh boy, Federation's home, and well, they're gonna be in for quite a surprise.
No, they said we're going to return in 10 weeks. So this is our main characters landing on another place. So.
Oh, never mind.
So this is where we're gonna get our first. Okay, how about this? I'll use for the sake of audience, I'll use a modern equivalent, Magnificent Seven. This is the first Magnificent Seven, the Seven Magnificent we're gonna get.
Well, okay. What does the movie actually call these legendary warriors?
Oh, a griffon.
No, they don't have a particular name. They're just capable warriors.
Heroes. Call them that. I don't know.
Heroes, whatever. They don't have a particular specific term.
Yeah, I've only ever seen, in terms of Magnificent Seven movies, I've only ever seen the 2016 film.
Yeah, I mean, Liz made a talk about that. Honestly, ever since I kind of not reevaluated, but my opinion on the movie is kind of lowered.
Really? It was bad?
Yeah. More not classy as the original, I just say.
Mm-hmm.
The original was a spaghetti western, wasn't it?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Joe, what was the quote for Bernie Hudson?
Depends on which quote you're talking about.
Ghostbuster, if there's like an LP paycheck, I'm always in or something.
Oh, Ernie Hudson, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, if there's a healthy enough paycheck to mine, I'll believe anything you say.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right, so this is our kind of Conan the Barbarian knockoff type guy.
Did you push the wheel also for 16 years?
I have to wonder, by the way. Let's think about the whats and whys of us being here right now for a moment. Did they just randomly pick a planet and just look for people? Because of all people, they decided to choose, I guess, this specific guy. How did he even know that a warrior would be in this specific spot?
I'm guessing maybe the bounty hunter had intel, but admittedly, that's part of why I asked if there's a special name for these warriors, because I'll admit, I don't recall there being any mention of a prophecy of 7 warriors, so I guess they're hunting down just 7 people of remarkable skills, but...
And they also have a beef with the Empire.
I will say, though, the problem is there's no framing device for why we're collecting these specific individuals. It's just
technically there is. It's to protect the village.
No. When I say framing device, I'm talking specifically about the team. There's no legend apparently pertaining to them. If there is a legend, it's pertaining to the princess, but there's been no mention of, these were the Magnificent Seven or the Amazing 7 Samurai or people who had these abilities.
So
sorry, go on.
Who plays actually Tarak?
Let me see. Tarak is played by
Stasner.
Stasner. Yeah, Stasner, a British actor and singer. Oh, he was in Game of
He
Thrones.
was in Game of Thrones and Supergirl.
Oh, God.
The series,
the
Pedro.
CW show.
Okay.
Yeah,
To be
the
fair, he
CW.
looks too young to be present in the 80s movie, Pedro.
He would have had to have aged. He would have had to have
Sure.
aged amazingly.
So he has to kill the Griffin alone. Okay.
Actually, no. If I remember correctly, he has to write it.
No,
That was
the slave owner did mention if he manages to kill, he's free. Otherwise, the others do get the slavery
okay.
treatment.
Oh, let me guess.
Okay.
Let me guess. He's supposed to kill it, but he rides it instead, and
Yes.
that becomes like his mount, essentially.
Well, Joe, we gotta have our epic heavy metal-esque flying sequence. So let's have it.
Also, the
I'm gonna
king.
call you Toothless.
Also, I assume that the king that was mentioned earlier in this movie is the king that's played by Carrie Elways in this movie, apparently.
Yes.
Yeah, Carrie Elways is in this movie, too.
Oh yeah, and apparently he's super duper cool with animals as well, because
I guess that's his gimmick.
Animal empathy.
Wait, is he supposed to be like Hiccup? He's just that good with dangerous beasts?
Oh, slow mo.
Is that one slow-mo?
Yeah, it is. I'm counting that. Sorry.
For reference, I know that it's not too big of a deal, but just to mention because he did it. Birds do not feel much in terms of someone touching their beak. It's
Yeah.
basically just a gigantic nail.
But you
Yeah.
see, this one's a griffin, so maybe it does have that feeling.
Can I get the song about the soup from Alice in Wonderland? Thank you.
So I guess this will be our animal mascot of the team.
I mean, it does look cool as shit, though.
Yeah.
Well, Jova, I can tell you that the Griffin is not coming with us.
Oh, bummer.
Oh.
I guess there's not compartment on the spaceship, or he's gonna die.
No. The Griffin doesn't die. In fact, it's quite the opposite actually, Teo, as you're going to see in a moment.
Let me guess. He breaks free with the griffin, and they both take vengeance on their captors, and then they go their separate ways. But yeah, no, like, is this Tarak's special ability, communion with animals?
This is the only animal he communes with in the first two movies, at least.
So what's his main... Well, okay, granted, I'm assuming all 7 of the warriors have a special gimmick or
You'd think-
trick.
You'd think, well, yes, for the most part, yes, but you'd think with this scene, it's establishing his animal empathy as his gimmick, right?
Yeah.
But this is the one and only time he does it in the first two movies. Granted, that's the PG-13 versions. Maybe these versions fix that. We'll see.
I guess we have yet to see
Ow.
what his main gimmick is, then.
I can tell you that 2 movies in, I still don't know what his gimmick is.
Oh, is he the only one who doesn't have, like, a clear gimmick of the 7 warriors?
I mean, do they have to have a gimmick?
Slow-mo.
Oh.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Why are you looking at me
Well,
like that? Whoa.
What did I do?
What the idea would be to to give them strong differentiations. I think that would be the idea. But
Yeah, like, okay, admittedly, usually the idea with a Magnificent 7... Oh. More so.
he's slow-mo.
Get a look at those chiseled abs.
And now get this, Jova. The movie slows down so much
I
it
believe I can fly.
actually stops. There you go. See.
Whoa!
I'm pretty sure there was a scene like this in 10,000 BC.
I haven't seen that one in so long. So
I remember it was in the trailer, I think.
So I guess that shows that he and the Griffin have an
They
understanding.
bonded.
I'm guessing this is meant to be whimsical and heartwarming, but I don't know. It's just like
Honestly,
I mean, it definitely did look cool.
it did look cool, but like in terms of the actual emotion it's trying to evoke, it's not working for me.
but yeah, like, as for why I expect gimmicks too, it's like, usually when you get, like, a Magnificent 7 story, there's, like, the idea is that each warrior, or whatever,
Promo again.
and she feels the wing too?
It's so wonderful.
They literally slowed down the movie for this. But yeah, no, like the idea with a Magnificent Seven story, at least in my experience, is that each warrior has like Pedro mentioned, a differentiating ability that, pretty much explains why, they may not be the biggest group, but the 7 of them are equal to an army because they cover all bases, essentially.
Yeah, basically. Alright.
Feels
Right
extra
now-
weird that the Griffin apparently won't be coming with them, given all they've established with it.
Oh, it's actually on the 0 decimals right now. Right now, I have on my stopwatch exactly 8 minutes and 41 seconds of slow motion.
Out of 2 hours almost is still not that much, admittedly.
Oh yeah.
I honestly thought it was going to be half the movie.
Oh!
No,
Oh,
so
it's a
that-
she. Okay.
That's for the second movie.
Wait, hold on. But the guy said that he had to kill it, so was the idea basically to train it?
And
No,
to
I
be
think
more
if I-
respectful to her.
I think they just keep it under control or something.
Yeah. Don't worry. Well, don't worry, Theo. That's what this scene is for now.
Oh.
I think you'll like this.
The Griffin's about to get comeuppance,
And and I'm willing to bet that we probably get to see it to see it properly with the gore.
I
in
think
this
I
version,
get
probably.
it.
Yeah. Tear off his head. Tear off his head. I dare you. Tear off his head. Or that works too.
Fatality!
Yeah, basically.
Not even more. Okay, yeah, now I'm even more surprised as to why they didn't bring the Griffin along. Like, I guess maybe
Okay.
story-wise he wants her to be at peace, but narrative-wise, that seems like that would be a cool
Yeah.
animal to bring
Oh, there you go.
about.
I can explain this one to you too. In the PG-13 version, we just see it from afar, basically.
Okay.
Oh, look at that! Even it still has the a
But
leg. I
now,
think.
but now she's free, I guess. I guess that's the point.
Free to
There you
fly into the sun.
Meanwhile,
Tentacle sex. Okay then.
Zack.
Look, I'm not king shaming. I'm just saying there's a time and a place for something.
Was this in the original version?
I'm gonna say
no.
no, Dweebs.
Nope. No, it was not.
I guess it's to show that he's a really depraved villain,
Look,
yo.
oh. Well, at least we got some ass. At least. Okay then.
Apparently they're eating each other out. Literally.
I guess it's a creature entirely made for
So
that.
there you are,
Honestly,
for all of
and
Ed Scrimes fans.
And honestly, considering tentacle sex is mostly associated with women, I guess it's a good differentiation. Also, what are you injecting in you, mate?
Steam
Some kind
by
of-
the looks of it. I guess
Oh,
that's
it's
a
the
drug?
ultimate vaping.
Holy cow, man.
You see, guys, you see what happens when you don't listen to Joe Higley's anti-vape commercials.
Next thing you know, you'll be doing it with a bunch of carnivorous cannibal tentacles.
So I'm guessing.
Do you
this is
want to
supposed
join us?
So I guess this is supposed to be this movie's equivalent of that scene where Darth Vader is putting on his helmet and the Admiral comes in.
Although the difference is that Darth Vader doesn't like anyone coming in on it. This guy's like, oh, by all means, join us. Ah, yes, Deborah Bloodaxe. With all the build-up we're getting to that character, this should be interesting to
Sir,
meet
do
her.
you maybe want me to come back later when you're not?
I mean, he doesn't care about modesty.
Oh, ho, ho!
Well then,
You see, it was essential that we know that our bad guy is this depraved.
Thank you.
oh
Zack.
my god, and we do cut to someone chopping octopus. That's hilarious.
Thank you, Zach. Thank you, Zach. $160 million well spent in showing us your fetish.
No.
Close and personal.
You see, it's all in the genius of the extended cut. You may not know it, but this tentacle porn will be important in the climax of the second movie of the extended version, in which his fetish is used against him to save the day somehow.
Press sex to doubt.
Press sex to doubt, yes.
I guess so.
I guess I'll give this movie credit. I'm ironically not bored.
Oh no. Like I said, that's the reason why I pushed for us to do this. I enjoy these movies ironically.
Oh yeah. Like
like if I'm ever in the mood for like a bad movie night with my friends, Rebel Moon,
I
especially
would.
part two, especially part two.
Oh, and
Oh,
here's
no.
our
And
next
get this.
warrior, I guess.
My personal favorite of the 7 heroes, Nemesis, played by Bae Doona. If you don't know who, you might remember her from Cloud Atlas and Sense8.
I've seen a few episodes of Sense8, never got through it all. I have surprisingly not yet seen Cloud Atlas.
So she's a Wachowski's regular of sorts.
Yeah, she is. I really like her. I just think she really needs to get a better agent. Because Cloud Atlas, Sense8, now this.
Okay, I haven't seen anything she's done in South Korea, but I'm guessing they're a lot better than the poor woman's been stuck with doing in English.
Yeah, she hasn't had the best of luck in Hollywood, no.
Oh, what's her track record aside from Cloud Atlas?
The Sense8.
Jupiter Ascending.
Anything else?
Oh yeah, and she was also in Jupiter Ascending. That's not really a good track record.
Oh God! So Sense8, Cloud Atlas, two of the Wachowskis is, let's be honest, not great films or series, respectively, and Jupiter Ascending.
Yeah, she needs to get a better Hollywood agent.
Let's see. She was a
Yeah. I don't know, maybe her South Korean. I don't know if they're the same one. Who knows? Maybe she has a South Korean agent who's a genius. But
yeah, I'm not as familiar with her South Korean films. She's apparently also been in a few Japanese and French films too. So the Han Solo stand-in, is he also going to be one of our 7 warriors essentially, or is he?
Nemesis, yes.
No. The Han Solo stand-in guy.
Oh, yes and no. It's complicated. You'll see.
Okay.
then again, I haven't seen much South Korean stuff in general.
Sure. I like this actress because not only does she have good screen presence, she's proven before that she also can do action. And of all the characters in this movie, she's actually, in my opinion, the coolest.
Does she have your back, though? Wait, 2?
You'll see.
Let's see what you look like without that hat on.
All right, we have an action scene coming, so let me get my stopwatch ready.
Oh no.
Sorry, Theo.
Well, no, it's better. I kind of understand. Oh,
Oh,
Giant spider.
is that a Jiroi Gumo, supposedly?
okay, but why?
Yokai that represents, women who were... Yeah, something like that. Okay, I'm gonna take that. The first boss, major boss, coming, Pedro.
Yep.
So
Okay, that's what I meant.
basically, we have a yokai, but sci-fi.
Basically.
Again, it's the blending of mysticism and sci-fi. Stuff that Star Wars did all the time.
And apparently this one's kidnapped a child.
Yeah, and Nemesis here is kind of a vigilante, and she's here to kill this thing so that they can take the child back.
Wait, is this like her big purpose in life to hunt down a giant spider woman, or is this just
More like avenge the people.
We'll get her backstory in the next movie, not now.
I guess
you'd think, considering the extended nature of these, you'd think we would get the backstories of each individual of the warriors as we find them. We can fully learn everything about them, and then eventually maybe give them a mini arc and help. Kind of like in an RPG, right? You know how in RPGs we help a character with their arc slash mini arc, and then as thanks they join our party. You know, you could have
Oh, wait, hold on, that bit. I know a mother's pain. That seems to imply a bit about Nemesis's past there.
Yes, you'll get there, Jova. Yes, too.
To be fair, Final Fantasy VII worked exactly like this by introducing the character and then for a couple of these having their backstory revealed later, like with Barrett and Red 13.
Yeah, that is true.
I'm guessing that since parts 1 and 2 are considered essentially two halves of the same movie, that perhaps the mentality is that technically later in the movie we get more on them. But yeah, it's fitting that Nemesis would be all in it for vengeance.
So here's the interesting thing about this is another thing that I like about Nemesis' action scene in this movie. Her action scene is the one that has the most regular motion.
Slow-mo.
I know. It has slow-mo still, but there's a good amount of it that actually is in regular motion. So I do prefer it this way.
There goes one leg. Okay, girl, maybe you want to get away from the spider now? Move!
Slow-mo.
Stab to the heart.
She's not leaving.
Oh, let me
That's
guess.
so cool.
Yeah, there you go. I was thinking that our heroes were going to save her, and she, in return, she has a
she's a
cybernetic
cyborg.
prosthetic. So.
Yep.
So basically a cyborg swordswoman. Okay,
Yes.
Yeah.
that's
She's
neat.
pretty cool. Huh? Like I said, she's actually the coolest character in my opinion.
I wish she kept her hat on for most of the fight, though. I think she looks coolest with it on.
And
I get the idea it might not be practical for the choreography.
also, Jova, you were asking about lightsabers? Hold on a moment.
So is this Spider-Woman supposed to be like the warlord of this town, and that's why nobody messes with her?
Probably more like a local predator.
Oh!
Yeah, local predator, most likely.
Stabbed her right in the abdomen.
And there they are. She's the lightsaber warrior of the franchise, at least so far.
Okay, that does look flipping metal.
Mm-hmm.
Though why didn't you start with those?
It's the 1,000-degree hot knife.
Yeah. Don't get me. Okay. Although I do have. Oh, slow-mo. There we are.
Oh, her babies.
Aren't you so glad, Theo, that Zack got to show you his true vision?
Can I get back to the tentacle sex scene? Goodbye, you little shit.
Hopefully they don't grow up and swear vengeance on us.
I do have at least only just one small little criticism just now. Okay, that bit where she, she revealed those to be lightsabers and then did that thing where she cut the ground. Okay, it looked cool, but from a practical fighting standpoint, okay, what are you doing? Like you're
dare you to cross that line.
I guess.
It's very common. For example, the Scorpion Sentinel third phase, I think, in Final Fantasy VII Remake does something similar at the start of that.
I guess. Oh, there's no honor in this, of course.
Cause my name's Nemesis. You know, like the
Exactly.
goddess of vengeance. Well, it's
do not celebrate this cool thing.
I guess the idea is that the spiders may come back for vengeance, assuming they don't die. Alright, so we've got two of the warriors we were looking for. Okay, granted, I'm guessing, assuming that Korra is one of the 7, we're technically looking for 6 of these warriors.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, back with Anthony Hopkins.
Meanwhile, James is living his Grave of the Fireflies moment, I guess.
I've always wanted to do this specific thing.
But yes, it seems like he's an old enough robot to be back from the time when, he actually knew the Chalice, aka the princess.
Yeah, like remember, like they said, he worked for the royal family, but the royal family all got killed and blah blah blah, and he's one of the few people people quote unquote who survived.
Again, it's to a point where now the princess is kind of apparently a legend that some people believe may or may not have even existed, which I guess shows how old Jimmy is. Sorry, I just had to with the way the steam came out. All
The
right.
Death Star won't be. Oh, sorry, Kazi.
Oh. But in what way will he set you free?
Yeah, because you've been so trustworthy.
Traitor. That looks cool.
Is that like an air compressor, tool or something?
You'll see.
Oh no. Jesus. I guess that's one way to kill efficiently someone.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, dude.
I mean, you never know.
So I'm wondering, is this one of those cases where the king is actually a decent guy? It's just that this guy is essentially puppeting him?
They did mention that it's a deceased king, so it's probably dead.
They already established that the royal family died.
No. I'm talking about the king we saw, played by Carrie Elways, who was apparently alive by the time that Cora was in the military, which I assume that's a
later
lot.
They got killed. Yeah.
Oh wait. Okay. So I thought the princess was killed even before Cora was inducted into the army, but no, the princess was alive
remember,
at that time.
The one that they're talking about is the one of the legend is supposedly an ancestor, someone who back in the ancient past defeated those titans in the painting.
Okay.
We're going to learn. We're actually going to see for ourselves how the princess gets killed, Jova. So hold on to that.
Okay. I think I get it now. So the princess was an older ancestor than even the king and queen that Cora was referencing to, essentially. Correct?
Let me put it in the simplest way I can. A few years ago, Cora was in the army and she was working for the royal family, and that includes the princess herself, who's the daughter of the king and queen. She's a little girl, and they all got killed. That's all you need to know.
But the one in the painting was a different one, Jova.
Was it? It did look like it was
she did.
to me.
She did mention it.
Okay. Oh, in fact, there you go, Jova. There he is. Here's the princess. Oh, slow-mo.
Oh, she actually had a regular dog and not an alien type.
Hi, doggy.
Let me guess.
You just know that this movie was done 15 years before the princess was being played by Dakota Fanning.
Oh, so Cora was the one who watched over the princess. Okay, then.
It must be really bothersome to play fetch with a dog in slow motion. The dog takes a long time to get the thing.
Or the coolest thing ever. I think I get it now. So the princess was named after the older queen.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. The one that was in the painting.
Well, yeah, given that she has the powers of Jesus Christ, that helps. You're right. She does.
That was definitely a scene.
She looks a lot like Elle Fanning did in the Maleficent movie.
Yeah, and this is one of the major issues with these movies. Again, going back to Zack Snyder's usual problem, Zack Snyder really has trouble in creating emotionally resonant characters. Like even when he's trying to do a more heart-to-heart scene or a more heartfelt in that way one, it always feels stiff and cold because the writing is not particularly strong.
Still, isn't this interesting? Cora was apparently the bodyguard of the princess.
Mm-hmm. Like, to basically... Oh, here you go. Here's the...
Carrie Elvis King.
There you go.
So I'm not used with Carrie Elvis with a beard.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, with a mustache, yes, but...
I'm used to him with, like, a tiny beard along with the mustache. I'm most used to him, you know, with the look he had and stuff like Princess Bride or Robin Hood Men in Tights. Which I guess, to be fair, that's more of a goatee, but still.
So yeah, basically the princess is the hope for the future, so Cora has to protect her.
So whatever you do, don't let her die in a tragic fashion that sees you abandoning old duty and retiring.
Yeah. Exactly what Jova just said. And as you saw earlier, yeah, the princess has the ability to, I guess, revive birds somehow.
Well, I'm guessing the implication is that she can revive anything from death.
That's the thing, Jova. I can't speak for this cut just yet, but the original cut doesn't really explain why she has that power. She just does.
I guess going off of the track record, I wouldn't be too surprised if this one better explains it, since from what you tell me, apparently...
Hold on, Jova, I have to point this out. Apparently, these two characters have somehow gotten closer. Wow, even in the cut, I still don't buy this.
Oh wait, was I right that he's actually going to be her love interest?
Yes. Apparently, they've gotten closer and connected somehow, even though they... Gunner barely has any lines in this movie, so... I'm sorry if I... Oh, slow motion cape.
That happened.
Behold, Wibbs, this cape. Isn't it beautiful?
I guess.
And look at the wheat whips. Doesn't it look awesome?
Yum, yum.
Hi, James.
Jimmy! Look at us as we harvest more.
Mm-hmm. Well, remember they have to for the sake of what the Empire asks them. So.
Well, weren't they also kind of trying to run too, anyway?
Remember, most of them stayed there and are waiting for the heroes to return to defend them. The term is 10 weeks, before...
Yeah.
Wait a minute. This is a Bug's Life when you think about it. Main characters going out to get warriors to help. Wow.
I mean, like Pedro said also, Bug's Life also took inspiration from Seven Samurai.
Seven Samurai is one of the most influential movies of all time, Jova.
Fair enough.
It's Akira Kurosawa's most well-known movie.
So seriously, what is Jimmy's deal with running away whenever anyone notices him? I get that maybe he's shy. But...
Again, he's probably afraid of returning and he's insecure on what to do now. It's probably just reflecting.
I guess
that being said, Jova, you notice something. See, in the PG-13 version, Jova, most of James's scenes are just like that. He's like, well, it's cool, and then goes away.
Oh, a Colosseum.
The Roman Colosseum parallel.
Yeah, it has the same cracking on it.
Let's see. So we have 5 people in our party. Not sure how many of them will be considered the Seven Sacred Warriors, but hey, numbers are building.
Yeah, the part 1 is mostly set up like Diz just said, yeah.
I will say it's set up for me that's working, although granted, this is partly because I know this is like essentially one half of the same movie, essentially. If this were like, something that was supposedly touted. Also, yes, I've seen Mortal Kombat. If this were something,
he's Goro.
Yeah.
If this were something that, say, was being touted as its own movie, I'd definitely be calling bullcrap, given how we are at like the 2/3 point, essentially, and it don't feel like we're setting up to beat the bad guys just yet. Oh,
The thing is, if you go back to the original Star Wars movie, that movie set up stuff for the next two movies will also feel like its own complete story, Whereas this, yes, it's set up, but you don't really have strong characters to carry it. You don't really have like a more like complete narrative arc to make this movie feel like a complete piece. Which, like I said, the original Star Wars movie did that. It did it with a far smaller runtime, in fact.
My best guess is that their mentality was, hey, these movies will just be releasing not even a full year apart, but like months apart. We can afford to basically make them two halves.
Which is kind of
astounding,
considering both of these halves are, well, this one is 4 hours and a half. The second part, for whatever reason, is actually 2 hours and 53 or whatever it was. It's not even 3 hours technically. So I have to wonder why the second part is so much shorter.
So I'm guessing this is the general in question?
Yes.
Let me guess. Suffering PTSD.
Kinda, but again, you're going to have to wait for the next movie to see his backstory.
Who is he played by?
Let me see. General Titus.
Oh, it's Jimon Hansu, okay.
Yeah, Jimon Hansu, yeah.
Oh, from Constantine.
Also, Ghost Rider Spirit of Vengeance.
He did a lot of films.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he was in the Gran Turismo film. He was in Lara Croft Tomb Raider, The Cradle of Life, your favorite, Dwibs.
I mean, I'll give these people credit. They bathe their prisoners. I guess that's better treatment.
We're gonna need to offer a spectacle for the audience. I kind of get it.
I'm guessing also he's like, it sounds like he's the top champion here, but
yeah,
he
like a
fight
celebrity.
anymore.
Again, gonna need to give him a show to the audience.
Again, I'm seeing the archetypes. We got, of course, the guy who's good with animals, the woman who's full of vengeance but realizes a cycle of violence, and now we've got the reluctant veteran who doesn't fight anymore but must find the will to fight again.
Yep. That's one of the major criticisms this first part gets, is that the characters are just archetypes and don't get the development. Again, to part 2's credit, yes, in part 2 they'll get backstories to help with that. They're not particularly well-written backstories, but at least an attempt was made.
I guess that is one thing we have to ask. If they are essentially grouping parts 1 and 2 as like their own movie together, should we consider them essentially two halves of that same film? So, like, should we consider criticisms addressed with part 2, or is that a fault in the design? Like,
it really depends on the person, Jova. It's really the same type of argument as what I mentioned about Pirates of the Caribbean 2 and 3.
No, I'm with you there. I definitely consider 2 and 3 to be two halves of the same film. Heck, they even filmed those things back to back. Like, Pirates of the Caribbean 2 and 3 was the Infinity War and Endgame of the time, essentially.
It's also kind of similar, again, it's also kind of similar in that way to how Lord of the Rings was actually handled, Again, what I do get the comparison also with Star Wars, a story like Lord of the Rings did felt like, even if those movies were not self-contained, they were progressing just thanks to the war, and they were managing to be Not entertaining, well, also entertaining, but also satisfying thanks to the war building alone.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, this is no J.R. Tolkien, I'll tell you that much.
Also, going off of the Wikipedia cast listing, the guy who plays Titus gets pretty top billing, apparently.
It's Netflix, Jova, you should expect that.
Help him rise. Rise to the occasion. Rise from the filth. Rise from his pity.
Get back his dignity, basically.
I'm guessing he
Meanwhile-
said yes. Also, where are we? The Matrix now? This is a completely different background.
Discount Chorus count.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, meanwhile, the eclipse from Berserk is actually happening in the background.
Yeah.
I guess so.
Holy cow. Oh, is Devra also one of the warriors we were looking for?
Yeah, right now, hold on.
Remember, that's that's the name of that. The baddies were actually also searching.
Mm-hmm.
You sure that they end up with 7, right, Pedro?
Well, let me count them real quick. Well, here's keep in mind, Jova. Like, let's not be a stickler for numbers. It's still the same concept, even if the numbers not the same.
Oh, I get that, but I'm just wondering, like, well, is it specifically 7, or have we now gotten all the members of the party?
Well, let's see. 1, 2. No, not this one.
Because technically we haven't found 7 people, but we may have enough for there to be 7 now.
Well, okay. How about this, Jova? Wait a moment, because this isn't over yet.
I'm guessing that's supposed to be a constellation for them. Oh wait, no, planet.
Yeah, seems to be a common story in this galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Huh. Nice makeup.
And there you go. That's that guy there. That's Ray Fisher. That's Ray Fisher's character. Don't get used to him, though.
Kind of funny he doesn't play a cyborg as well. Let's see. Deborah is played by Cleopatra Coleman.
Yes.
Bummer.
And what's in it for me?
A surplus of grain.
But we just told you we don't need your grain.
Also cute. Despite killing the king, they're called the King's Gays.
Well, remember, Jova, despite having their, authoritarian regime, they seem to still be devoted to the royal family in some fashion, and supposedly that mosaic, is in service of the princess.
Okay, I'm calling it now. The evil leader killed the king and queen, but basically framed it as like a traitor in their midst. So what they're doing is carrying on the will of the royalty, despite being probably responsible for their deaths. Is this a staring contest now?
Yeah, apparently.
I like
This is
that.
this is the other problem with this movie, and I've talked about this with Dad when we first watched it. The movie we keep introducing characters, but
Cool. I guess he's joining the party.
Yeah. Like, you know what? I changed my mind.
Yeah. Another word, please.
That's a good point.
Oh yeah, Noble. That's the name of the villain. Yeah, I forgot.
Get it? 'Cause he's anything but noble.
Ha!
If anything
This is
bad
the other
happens
thing.
to my brother, I will kill all of you.
Yeah.
What was the direction here? Try to sound inspiring while sounding bored out of your skull?
Yeah. Yeah, his speech is not great.
It's not just that,
Like, it's better than the speech in Rise Son of Rome, but not much better.
I'm more put off by the weird tone he's going for. Like, it feels like a mixture between boredom and, motivation. Like, I'm wondering if maybe it's like how their species or whatever acts. Like, sometimes in sci-fi you get like the species that acts neutral in their tone and whatnot, but I don't know.
Yeah, and this is the other thing. Despite Cleopatra, sorry,
Devra.
What's the character? That's it. Despite Devra's sound argument, Darian, for whatever reason, is super easily convinced.
Well, you see, he sees that they're fighting for a noble cause.
Well, a lot of people in the galaxy are fighting for a noble cause, and you don't see me going out to fight for every single one of them.
But these are farmers, damn it! Farmers!
This is it. I want to talk about the world building as well. Like I said, you take a look at the Lord of the Rings. In Lord of the Rings, each individual location is given proper world building and all that stuff. In here, like, for example, the planet where we got what's his name? Tarek? Yeah, Tarek, right? The planet where we got Tarek, for example. Do you know what planet that was? Like, what kind of planet is that? What culture is it there in that planet? Like, there's a lot of quote unquote world, but not much building. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
We go to all these planets, collecting all these warriors, but in the story, these planets only exist so we can go there to collect the warriors. After that, those planets just stop existing, right? Whereas in Lord of the Rings, the locations, the world feels real because there are locations that eventually return for story purpose, and there's proper, fleshing out of those locations.
Not all of them.
Well, maybe not all of them. Keep in mind, I'm not an expert in Lord of the Rings, of course. So, my point is, the world building in this movie is not exactly great. Oh yeah, and the pilot here, I forgot his name. What's his name again?
Pilot.
Bal something.
Kai.
Yeah.
That's
Kai,
it.
I
Kai.
think
Thank
is
you.
his name.
Thank you. Yeah. Notice how Kai was one of the first people we met since leaving the village, and only now he's having a proper scene dedicated to him. Because for the most part of the movie, he's just been kind of going along for the rides. Again, it's typical Zack Snyder, style over substance. There's a lot of cool visuals and stuff like that, but the substance is very lacking.
How dare you make me want to make something better out of my life? Oh, I see. This is where he goes from being just a mercenary to a rogue with a heart of gold that he always had inside of him.
My first reaction when I first saw this scene was, wow, that didn't take much convincing, did it?
I mean, it kind of did because we met a long time ago, movie-wise. Length of a movie-wise.
That is true, Theo, but like I've already explained, during that length, we didn't see him doing much or talking much to her. Like, this is the one major scene these two have together, and that's it.
Keep in mind, I'm pretty sure he got also, inspired, quote-unquote, by his interaction with the other heroes as we enter each planet.
I would find that more believable if we saw brief little scenes throughout the movie of him reacting to that and, making comments and stuff like that. Because we don't really see much of that.
What the heck?
Uh-oh. Who actually voices the king? Let me see.
I have nothing more. I have nothing more. This is all Zack gave me to work with. And here's the other thing. Like, you did a good job establishing that Noble is evil in the prologue. Okay, cool. Mission done. That being said, he's not a particularly compelling villain, I will say. He's just generic evil Nazi guy.
Okay, the king is voiced by Tony Amendola, an Italian-American actor.
Ah, okay. Interesting.
He was, get this, Jova, he was Geppetto in Once Upon a Time.
Ha!
Oh, really?
Interesting.
Like, I know him, he was also in Don Luis in the Mask of Zorro movies. He's done a lot of movies and TV stuff. I know him more for a TV movie that is called Pizza My Heart. It's a story for another time.
That certainly sounds like quite an interesting title.
But yeah, Noble here, he's no Darth Vader. He's not a particularly compelling villain to me.
So
like, the prologue did a good job of the prologue did a decent job of setting up as a force to be reckoned with. Might in terms of might and evilness, but in terms of the actual character himself, I mean, no, like, he's just a generic evil Nazi.
But he sure swings that cane something fierce.
I guess so.
There's the thief.
There's the thief for my collection.
But again, I'm still calling that he's secretly behind the deaths of the royalty, despite them naming a ship after their dearly beloved king. I wonder what he'll do when that mosaic of teeth is finished.
Put it in his wall and go like, masterpiece. Hey, dude, check out this guy I'm playing on my Switch. Oh, slow motion wheel turning. Great.
Hey, it's like the interior of a World War II battleship.
Actually, it looks more like what looked more like a submarine. Oh, orbital bombardment.
Oh, are we about to get our
Oh,
Death Star moment where they blow up the
Yes.
planet?
Death Star moment, of course. This didn't happen in the PG-13 version, if I remember correctly. I don't remember it. Maybe it did. Okay, don't quote me on it. It might have happened. I'm not remembering it though.
You may fire when ready.
Yeah, you may fire when ready. Blah blah.
Like, I'm wondering if maybe they're going more for a Tarkin instead of a Vader with Noble.
And yeah, I'm also kind of in agreement with a lot of the main criticisms you've seen online from people. Like pretty much like you can Seven Samurai does the whole grain concept better. Star Wars does the space empire and battling better. This movie feels like Zack Snyder's poor man's version of better movies amalgamated, basically.
Oh, these are the nukes that were showcasing in the flashback. That's what they were.
Very good. All right,
So they're
all
not
right, then.
destroying the planet, but they are pretty much nuking city areas from on high.
Okay. Sure. But yeah, it's like I was saying. Like this movie was an amalgamation of a poor man's version of Samurai and Star Wars. You know, everything this movie does just feels derivative from better movies that do this kind of stuff better.
I will say, while I don't think this movie does anything particularly wrong, it doesn't feel like it does anything particularly interesting either. And I will say this, it's a bit hard to find stuff to legit like about this movie rather than stuff to make fun of it for. Not to say that there aren't good stuff, like Nemesis is cool, and hey, some of the characters have some interesting wit and depth to them. Some definitely more than others, though. And there's stuff that's interesting with potential, but I'll admit, given the fact that we are kind of nearing what appears to be the last act of this film, yeah, I do get the bad feeling that a lot of the important character depth is being saved for the latter movie, which is admittedly a feeling I'm never too fond of with a movie where it feels like, oh, so this is just set up for when we actually get what we want, essentially. Not saying that can never work. Like, one could argue that Infinity War, in the most technical sense, is set up for Endgame, but here's the thing. Infinity War gives you a nice full meal, I'd argue, in the... Oh,
Also,
right! Jimmy, you're in this movie. Yes, Tio?
Also, not sure if it's a good comparison because Infinity War and an entire, set of movies to prepare for it.
Yeah, there's that too. Yeah, not to mention, Joe, but even if you just take Infinity War on its own without that prior context that Teo just mentioned, you can easily, like a lot of people have, you can easily interpret Infinity War as Thanos' story. Thanos' story of succeeding at his goal.
Yeah.
A lot of people like to interpret that Thanos is the main character of that movie, not the Avengers.
Okay, I noticed that the blur seems to happen almost exclusively with the JC, scenes.
Yeah, like I said, the blurriness in this movie.
No. My point is that specifically happens just with the scenes about this character. I wonder if the movie wants to tell us something about that.
Maybe it's how he sees the world.
Are we gonna get slow motion farming? Please tell me. Aww.
Yes, the robot feels with nature. Can we get more about this guy rather than just the pretentious narration? Get it? It's to make it seem like he's crying.
I get it. Zack Snyder's visual storytelling. I understand. It's just that you still haven't done a good enough job, in my opinion, setting up.
Now he has a crown with, a deer skull?
Yeah.
The one that he was observing before in the wild wilderness.
Yep.
Either he killed it or it died from age. Or
no, it was already dead.
Slow-mo.
So he thought, oh well, wouldn't want to waste a perfectly good hat.
Oh my god, James, the movie slows down so much that James got frozen.
How was that?
There you go, Joe. But the movie slows down so much, the character becomes literally immobile.
I was just contemplating the Rainbow Steel movie, even if in slow-mo.
I know, I'm just joshing.
Alright, so I assume now we have our party and we can go back and help, or still no? Yeah, I'll admit, I kind of had a bit of trouble telling Kai's ship from the evil bad guys' ship.
Yeah. That's the other problem with this movie. Unlike Star Wars, the art design is not great. Like, everything looks like generic ships. Like, they all have the same color. Like, whereas the Millennium Falcon looks completely different from every other ship in Star Wars. It's super distinguishable, right?
Oh yeah, it's like arguably the most iconic ship in there.
That's the problem. Like, this is why this wouldn't have worked as a Star Wars project, because Zack Snyder doesn't have variety in his visuals. Like, everything is always the gray thing. Like,
part of me does wonder again, like, I'm not one to assume that this is all of what he pitched, since I doubt he pitched a lot of the nudity to Star Wars, given how, you know, Star Wars don't exactly roll like that. So part of me does wonder if what he had was a much different draft back then, essentially.
mm-hmm.
So yeah, I guess quite a good portion of the rebellion came with us. What a paradox.
Oh, slow motion walk.
What was even the
Kind
point
of.
of that?
Because
Unless that's to maybe give us the hint that that guy's a traitor. Otherwise, I don't see the point. Oh, snap.
Oh, he really is a traitor.
Okay,
Very good.
so I guess that was the purpose of that slow motion. A bit telegraphed, but
Yes.
okay.
So here's a point in favor. A point in favor is, okay, so this is why. So you can make an argument that this is why you don't believe any potential him coming to Coruscant. Okay. At the same time, though, this is supposed to be this movie's equivalent of what would happen if Han Solo betrayed Luke and Leia, right? So this is one of those things where you don't really get any kind of "oh no, how could you" kind of reaction. It's just more like, oh, I guess he's a traitor then.
I guess
Because, the movie didn't do a good job investing me in the characters.
I'll give them credit. They do give you that false hope shot where it seems like, oh, Kai's about to change his ways and he's seeing the light, you know, kind of like how Han Solo did. So I can see this coming as a legit shock, but I will also admit I don't feel like we got to know Kai as well as Han Solo either by this point. So I can see
we got
it.
to know more of the other character. Like, he's actually one of the least developed characters when you get right down to it. Like,
Which maybe that was the intent, but yeah, like you, I see this as something that could be something that works in favor, but also something that works against. Like, granted, maybe it's to mean that Kai is essentially a throwaway bad guy.
without spoiling anyone who hasn't played that game, the reason the betrayal that happens from a certain character at the climax of A Way Out, the reason that betrayal works and is heartbreaking is because the game did a great job investing us in the two characters. You know, this on the other hand, my reaction to this is, oh, I guess he's a traitor now. Okay, like, because I just don't care. I'm not invested because the movie didn't really do a good job. You know, again, all the more reason why you should have made a strong friendship, like or at least an illusion of a strong friendship. You know, where that may between, so that the betrayal feels heartbreaking. And yeah, instead of seeing his backstory, he just tells us over the course of a minute.
I mean, I didn't see it coming.
Well, I also didn't I also didn't see coming a lot of twists in Shyamalan movies. Like twists still have to be well made. Aside from the fact that they're just because you don't see something coming, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a good twist. It also has to be good in other ways aside from the unpredictability.
If I may, my take is I think it's a fine enough executed twist. Like, again, it technically does fulfill its purpose just well, and I'd say we got to know Kai enough to the point where it can sting. I will say, though, it's not the most amazing example of it, though, since we didn't get to know Kai.
Yeah, Amy turning out to be Bronev's niece in Azran Legacy, I didn't see it coming, but it doesn't change the fact that it's a shit twist because there was basically zero foreshadowing for it. And it's poorly explained and feels unnecessary. So
I think it was more of a case where I think it resonated poorly because we did care about the character, and instead, it felt like a betrayal of this. In this, I kind of feel it's very logical. If anything, it reminds me more of Benicio del Toro's character in Star Wars Episode 8, and I'm referencing that sporadically because I don't want to start a debate on that again.
Oh. A light. It's a saber that glows. You could call
let me
it...
guess. She tricks him into using it, but it kills him. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's insulted her family dynasty.
Mm-hmm.
You just say piss off. Rude.
You're one of us.
to go back to the world building argument as well, like again, I wouldn't even mind this so much if there wasn't the constant praising from the Snyder cult about how brilliant the world building in this movie is. Because like I said, the galaxy of this universe doesn't really feel particularly fleshed out. Like I said, the planets only feel like they exist so that Korra can go in there and fetch the warrior from that planet, and after that the planet basically stops existing.
Oh boy.
I mean, that's not wrong. Gunnar hasn't exactly done much of anything in the movie so far.
Admittedly, he's not as much a fighter. Guess it's more of a lover in that regard.
He's a farmer from the village. So he was very non-violent by nature.
No, that I get. What I mean is that he had practically nothing to do in the plot.
True, but I think compared to other characters, he had more of a reason to it. This is more him experiencing how brutal the rest of the galaxy is.
Mm-hmm. Huh, that was surprisingly not as graphic as most of the other kills.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he didn't make a... Oh, okay. Slow-mo.
Yeah, that is one thing I'm starting to notice. I feel like they're starting to use slow motion as a crutch for some of the action scenes. Although granted, we're back to real time.
Hey, Noble, you wouldn't... sorry, hey, Korra, you wouldn't be so tough if you fought in regular motion.
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Just like she promised.
Exactly.
What he said! I must get my stick!
Alright, there's also kind of an elephant in the room that I'm gonna have to address in a couple minutes. Oh, here we go.
Oh, that ain't good. Might want to move from there. Why didn't you get off the ships?
Never check the Zack Snyder movie. These people are really dumb.
Here we are. Alright, are you ready for Ray Fisher's slow-mo epic jog?
For the heroic sacrifice. Yeah, that jog does not look great in slow motion, I'm sorry. Witness me! He missed!
Yeah, and this is the other thing, by the way. The first one to die in our group of heroes is Ray Fisher's character.
Well, okay, I know that he technically doesn't count because he betrayed them, but the pilot did first.
I guess, but...
I will say...
Also, they actually bothered to not kill him mercilessly, but at least his sacrifices counts.
Yeah, although I will say, it is awkward that the one that they kill first is the one who joined latest.
Yeah. Like, especially because, you know, like, he's supposedly the leader of a... No. He's supposedly, like, the leader of the resistance. You'd think his character would get, you know, a bit more before he gets axed.
I thought his sister was.
Yeah.
Well, okay, fine. The sub-leader, the vice-leader, like...
That's
the point is, he's a renowned warrior, and he's played by Ray Fisher and everything. You'd think he would get some more development before he gets axed.
I will say, at least, I agree with you, it's good he got a heroic sacrifice, at least one where he went out like a badass, but I also do agree that it is a shame we killed him after barely inducting him in. Again,
Like
Zack.
he's the last one. He's the last one to come in, and he's the first one to die.
Also, Zack, again, just because you put something in slow-mo doesn't always mean it looks cool. Or good, even.
If you're already at that point, Jove, I can only imagine how you're gonna be in, because part 2 has way more slow motion in comparison than this.
Oh, let me guess. Now we're caught off so we can fight mano-y-mano.
Yes.
She has a gun and he has the femur stuff. That's not. That's a bit one-sided.
Unless she decides it's about honor and throws away the gun. Oh, wait, no. Looks like he's fallen down. Maybe he will die just there and then. You lucky duck. Wait,
I haven't seen that one.
hold on. She had a gun. Where's the gun? Did she really just... Was I right and she just tossed the gun away because, no, we...
Oh no, considering she fell too, she probably, lost it.
I guess. I feel like they could have at least shown her losing that, but whatever. Mono-y-mono fight.
Mm-hmm. Basically.
Hang in there. Well, shoot. Okay,
This is the other
suddenly
thing,
the
but-
composer decided he's composing for a superhero movie.
Again, like I said, Tom Okenbor's score is probably one of the better ones that he did in recent years. Sure, like I said, nothing exactly memorable, but God, where was this kind of effort in the other movies he did for Snyder or anything else?
Yeah,
that he did?
I will concede I will concede that I prefer this score over the ones he made for Army of the Dead and the Sonic movies. I still don't think it's particularly great.
No, this is not John Williams, obviously, but I'll take. I was feeling even worse.
Oh, sure. No, I agree that this is one of his better ones. It's still not very good, but sure, I'll take what I can get.
Oh Jesus! How much more murder-rated his arm has to be?
This is the other thing as well. Like, remember, Korra's backstory involves Balsarius, not Noble, which makes this fight lack personal stakes, and as a result, it's not particularly compelling. Like,
let me guess.
From a storytelling standpoint.
I'm guessing Balsarius will be the bad guy of the second movie, since it looks like we're dealing with Noble now.
Yeah, about that, Jova. I'll get back to you in a few minutes.
But yeah, sure, I'll admit, I thought Noble was the main bad guy, but...
Long live the king.
Well, in this movie, he is.
Well, okay, what I mean is, like, I thought he was in charge of the whole empire and whatnot.
No. He's just a general / commander / whatever.
There goes
now
the
his tea.
Jesus Christ! What's with this extended cut and yes, I know what the purpose is. Yes, I know symbolism, but I still have yet to understand the larger purpose of this.
So I guess we don't know who's in charge of the current empire. Then I honestly thought Noble had taken over after killing royalty.
It's Balsarius.
Fitting.
Think of him as the emperor, basically.
So basically, your comparison to Tarkin probably was more appropriate, Drova.
Yeah.
it's really hard for me to feel for Ray Fisher's character because her colleague here is now grieving him, of course. It's really hard again since he was the last one introduced and the first one to die. Like there's not really much of an emotional impact from his death for me.
They gave that eyes for us. And yeah, that's the thing. The climactic battle happened where obviously a climactic battle was not planned.
Admittedly, it's kind of, a bit of novelty. Not many climaxes of a movie happen in a space, what is equivalent of a spaceport, I suppose.
I guess that extends to how none of it was expected, so...
It's also a bit disappointing to me that after Ray Fisher praised Zack Snyder so much in IRL, Zack Snyder treated his role very poorly in this movie, in my opinion.
Although I haven't heard Ray Fisher complain about that.
I'm not saying he did. I'm saying I'm complaining about it. If you like his role in this movie, cool.
Well,
but I didn't.
Mine. I haven't heard anything to suggest that Zack Snyder is a racist already.
I don't know. I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying I'm disappointed that he didn't give Ray Fisher a better role.
Oh wait, is this our end? Because there's like 24 minutes. Or are there like 24 minutes of credits?
Remember, maybe not that long, but remember, Jova, Netflix credits tend to have also the foreign language dub credits.
That is true.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, I guess that's not the
epilogue.
Yeah.
Epilogue for part 1.
Basically, yeah. Not in fact, none about the epilogue. I might as well. I feel like I'm now at a position where I can say this. Yeah, Zach. How exactly is this a completely tonally different and might as well be a different timeline? No, this is still the same movie, just longer. I knew I shouldn't have believed his words.
I mean, tonally different, I guess, considering the extra violence and sex.
I mean, it's more violent and has more sex in it, but overall, this still feels like the same movie. This is still the same movie, in fact. It's still the same storyline. Again, just longer with long. Again, your typical Zack Snyder extended cut. I just think he over-exaggerates how much different his extended versions are in comparison to the originals.
I think it might also be a matter of perspective because, like I said, I do definitely feel like the two cuts of Justice League are definitely tonally different. So
those are, but I will argue Sucker Punch Extended is still the same movie. I will argue Dawn of the Dead Extended is still the same movie. You know, yes, the Snyder Cut is a possible exception, even though I'm still not too convinced about that one either.
I'll give you Dawn of the Dead, but doesn't Sucker Punch straight up change the meaning of part of its ending in the extended cut?
Somewhat, but I will argue it's still not that much, honestly. I still think overall the movie as a whole, like in its entirety, is still the same basic movie, the same basic story.
So will we see what Deborah thinks about the fact that her brother is dead in the sequel, I presume?
In the PG-13 version, no. Maybe in the extended one.
That is surprising given how much emphasis she put on the fact that she did not want his safety risked.
Oh, hey, Tarek.
Okay, so we got the party together. Shall we?
No, you have to wait for the next movie.
So now we've got the magnificent. How many
Two.
tick?
Well, one of them died, so
Hold
at
on.
this point it's...
Yeah.
Oh, hi, James. Well, I'm sorry. I'll try my best, Anthony. I'm still in this movie, by the way.
Yeah, are you gonna do something, Jimmy?
Maybe in the next movie, Jovan, but not now. Maybe someday I will do something.
I guess you looked visually cool with your wilderness.
Okay. To give some credit, yes, compared to the PG-13 version, he did do that thing where he fixed the airships, or the spaceship, sorry. And he did whatever that was with the fireplace thing. I didn't quite understand what he did there. But at the end of the day, he still basically did practically nothing in the grand scheme of things.
Also, wow, the movie is still going.
Yes, it is, because Zack Snyder is like this. He just keeps going.
Oh, there's that thing that Cora talked about.
Yeah. Fun fact, this giant thing was not in the PG-13 version. And I have to wonder why, because this is actually one of the more cooler visual things in the movie.
Probably because of the whole we used organic waste to power it stuff, which pretty gruesome for a PG-13.
There's
There's a
China.
vagina.
Wait, is that how it was at the start? And I guess they moved
I'm not
it.
kidding you. I'm not kidding you. This shot is the first shot of the PG-13 version.
Huh.
I mean, I guess it's the equivalent of showcasing the curvature, hyperlight travel.
Oh, let me guess. This is
light
where we get
speed.
the title. Oh wait! Oh,
Well, no, we
You see-
already got the title at the beginning.
you see, Pedro, that Skyjana was always in the eyes of that fit. There's a Skyjana twice.
It's if I had to guess, this is the device that they use for traveling at the speed of light. It's kind of like the navigator that consumes spice in the Dune mythos.
Oh, and it even sheds an energy tear.
Slow-mo water.
A slow motion tear.
Beautiful. I will give it. No. Like I said, I don't think this is a good movie, but I do have fun ripping into it.
I can definitely see it working for a riffing section.
And I actually prefer the second one. I actually really like the second one. Is so easy to make fun of, in particular. This one not so much. Although it still has some really good
Wait,
stuff.
are they gonna bring him back to life with the power of science?
Very good, Jova. Now, slow motion brain.
Oh my
Kind
god,
of.
so they are gonna make him the Darth Vader, essentially. Bring him back as a cyborg, more machine than man.
Well, that's the thing, Jova. You'd think, right? But they bring him back, but he's still the same guy. Like they don't make him more mechanical. They don't really.
So it's just a case where our heroes have to make sure they kill him properly next
Yeah,
time.
imagine from Revenge of the Sith, all they did to the charred, burning body of Anakin was just make him Anakin again.
I'm guessing this way they basically allow the main cast to take him on. Because the main cast even lament how, we didn't get to kill him. Also, was this in the original cut?
Yes.
Yeah.
This arrival scene. Yes. That I do have an issue with it though. I will argue this villain is not compelling enough to warrant having him be the main antagonist of 2 movies in a row.
Wait.
honestly.
He had something mechanical under him the whole time?
Oh, you already had that. Remember, it's kind of like in the Matrix, like he's ripping off the Matrix kind of in.
Remember,
We saw him plug something into
in the
himself.
in the back
we did.
scene.
Yeah, we did. What I meant, Job, is that you'd think he would get even more mechanical.
And he gets
but-
injected with the substance that they use by burning the bones of their victims.
Yeah,
Interesting.
in the PG-13 cut too, they never explain where this goo came from.
But now
What
we
was,
know.
what was that black goo?
Basically. But yeah, what I'm saying, Job, is that I don't find this villain compelling enough to warrant having him be the main villain in 2 movies in a row.
Oh,
I
yeah,
guess
yeah,
he
yeah.
I guess he does have. I mean, in universe, he has political reasons for them to be keeping him alive.
Oh, sure. I understand the logic of why they're reviving him. It's just one of those cases where, like, I just
What?
wish we had a better villain.
Wait, did he just wake up in a new body, or oh
I
wait,
guess
no, this
that's-
is probably in his
it's our-
mind.
Yeah, representation of what he's
Yeah,
experiencing.
it's kind of like Connor's things in Detroit Become Human, where he's talking to I forgot her name,
The machine, the mother machine, yes.
the mother machine of Cyber Life. I forgot her name.
Oh, let me guess. This is Darius. But I will.
Darius,
Yeah.
It is Arius.
Yeah.
I found your adopted daughter.
You know, I will agree though. Like, I honestly thought Noble was just gonna be the bad guy for this first movie.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, Jova. Like, really, like I would prefer if Balseria's now got to. I'm guessing we have to wait for movie 3 to get Balserius to finally get off his chair. But you know, it's just...
That's the thing. Okay, no, I like to think about it before saying it.
Okay.
Oh.
Let me put it this way, Jova. Something similar to this happens with a set of villains for Final Fantasy XIV, and the people who played it, including me, did not really have a problem with that.
I'm not saying that it can't work. It's just that Noble really did feel like he was just like
No, I mean exactly the same thing. You know, villain that thought was the one just for one expansion event thrown it away, became more relevant, and one that you thought instead would have become the next one didn't.
I guess maybe if they do something interesting with him in the second film, I'd be fine with him. But for this film, he really felt like he was the big bad for this film, Obviously the one who had it coming so bad, so with him being killed, we can move on to the next boss. But again, maybe they have something interesting in mind for him, or maybe his revival is mainly to show the capabilities of what that energy they're creating can do.
I wouldn't hold my breath if I were you. But, I mean, I haven't played Final Fantasy XIV, but knowing Creative Business Unit 3, I'm going to take a while, I guess, and say that the villains in that game are far more interesting, probably.
So, wait. Is this turning into the plot of Rise of Skywalker where Belisarius wants his daughter back by his side?
Yes, basically.
I get the idea she's a key of some kind, possibly to revive his own biological daughter, probably something like that.
Oh, so what you're saying, Teo, is Cora is the key! She's the key! Sir, I think we're going to fall if you keep doing that.
Please.
Sir, don't you think crucifixion is a little out of date at this point?
No, Jova, you have to quote the Blazing Saddle. Too Jewish.
I have a question. I was fine with the Child of Fire subtitle in the PG-13 version, or even Child of War, like I suggested from what Cora said at the beginning. But I have a question when it comes to this extended version. Why is this called Chalice of Blood? Like, I get the chalice thing, because it's Prince, but how do the chalice and the blood relate, necessarily?
The people who sacrifice for the cause, I guess.
I guess. Sir, I told you this would happen, sir.
Back to you, John.
Also, slow motion fall.
Does anyone think it's a little inefficient that we just have the subjects crash down on like that?
I hope it's a new set of teeth.
This is the most convoluted way to revive someone I've ever seen.
I mean, do you know many others, Pedro? I mean, revive from the dead. Sure, outside of get the Dragon Balls.
Also, yeah, it looks like his teeth are still an issue. Hopefully they give him some dental care. Clear!
Well, if they can outright revive people, I'm pretty sure dental care is not going to be too difficult, Jova.
And that's how we end, I guess.
And thank you. That's the perfect way to end. And by the way, that's how it ends in the PG-13 version. Great job, Zach. That's the perfect shot to end. Noble screaming like a banshee at the camera. Perfect.
Revenge. and
Is
stuff.
This is art, ladies and gentlemen.
Is there an
Um,
after
so-
credit scene?
Yeah, I was about to ask.
I don't think so.
I don't
That's
think
right.
so, because that's the last thing this movie needed to be.
All
longer.
right, the final thoughts, Ben. Please.
Just scanning along now and confirm no.
Okay then.
Okay. Well, that was a Rebel Moon movie that was unnecessarily long, but more so than before. I mean, yeah, it's like what Pedro said. It's just the first movie, but longer, and that's all I can say. And that's all. I don't even really like the first movie because it was basically just a bunch of boring setup with the most egregious use of slow-mo I've ever seen in a movie. And I've seen the Matrix sequence.
By the way, since you brought it up, the final countdown for this particular movie is 15 minutes and 34 seconds of slowdown.
So we wouldn't have even got under 3 hours if we did get rid of the slow.
No. I'm waiting for part 2. Part 2 is the main reason why I chose to do this. Moving on.
The music was there. The actors all did a solid job, all considered. The CG's good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
For the most
as well-
part, I will argue
Yeah.
some of the CG blood is a bit kind of like in
Oh.
302.
Okay, I'll cut Snyder some slack there if he didn't direct that.
Sure.
But honestly, I just think this is just kind of, aside from a couple of funny moments, unintentionally funny though, mind you, this is just basically a dull retread of Star Wars with blood in it.
And Seven Samurai.
Okay, again, I've only seen Magnificent Seven, so
Sure, if that works for you, that.
yeah. Interesting twist of words from samurai to magnificent.
Well, Magnificent Seven is a Western, whereas Seven Samurai is an old.
I get the idea calling it the Seven Cowboys might have felt a bit too generic as a title for Sergio Leone. I don't know.
Maybe. And that's really about it. And probably going to be more of the same when we do part 2.
There's at least part 2 is shorter. It doesn't even reach 3 hours, which is kind of rare for a Zack Snyder extended cut.
I have heard a lot of people say that 2 is apparently better than the first one.
Because it's shorter.
At least in terms of entertainment.
Well, I can agree with that. I don't think the entertainment value for me is the one that Zack intended, but sure, I can roll with that.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just big.
Jova.
Whew! I'll admit, it didn't feel as draggy as I thought it would be, but the pace does feel like it gets onto me. Also, am I the only one who realizes that the last scene we got of Eris and Sam is really just them doing something? Like, we don't even get a closing shot of them in the movie. It's just, oh, well, last you saw these guys, they were off doing farming.
Yep.
Like, and
Well,
you know,
if it helps you, since part 2 takes place in the village, we're going to get more focus on them. I don't think it's particularly great, but we'll get that.
it's part 1 and part 2, so obviously part 2 will have more of that. But I do feel like this is one of the caveats we have to deal with movies that are nowadays intentionally setting themselves up to literally be titled Part 1 and Part 2. Again, one could argue that a saga of movies is essentially fractions of the same story, but what I'm going in is the mentality of, these are movies that I might as well be watching back to back because they're essentially the one movie, essentially, and like, so the main mentality I get is, wait for part 2 for them to do something special. Again, it just feels weird that they didn't even give them a closing shot in the movie. It really makes it feel like this movie doesn't have much value on its own, which I do think is a potential problem. I feel like parts are not each movie should feel like its own substantial enough experience that is worth the time and effort, as opposed to just being set up for the thing you're actually waiting for. And again,
And allow me to remind you, Jova, if you went to see this in theaters, you had to pay a ticket like all the other movies. So, yeah.
and again, like I said, setup is not inherently bad. There are plenty of good products that were more or less set up for the bigger thing, essentially. The thing is, though, Part 1 feels more like it's set up more than anything, essentially. It's set up for us putting together the team. It's set up, essentially, for the big climactic showdown. It's set up for Balerius doing something.
Oh, serious.
Belisarius, Jova.
Is it? Okay, sorry.
It's Latin.
Basically,
Right.
yeah. It seems to be set up for whatever's going to go down between Korra and her adopted father, essentially. Which,
Yeah, Taylor's right. Yeah.
it's weird. There are things that this movie does develop good. I'd say it did arguably develop Korra and Eris relatively well. Which just baffles me why the movie ultimately doesn't do much with Eris. Again, probably set up for 2, but my critiques, essentially. I feel like
Trust
a
me,
movie
Jova,
should at least
with-
works well with its own pieces.
Yeah. I was giving praise to the inclusion of that prologue because in the PG-13 version, he gets nothing. He's he's really given the short end of the stick I will give them credit. Yes, the prologue of this version at the very least gives him backstory, but yeah, like you said, after that, he still retains the same. Like that's his highlight, his backstory. But when it comes to him being in the village, he basically does almost nothing outside of the whole thing with the ship. But that's it. Yeah, he'll get some more stuff to do in part 2, though, so you can look forward to that.
Yeah, again, maybe it's a nitpick, but I do feel like my biggest critique with characters like Eris, Sam, and Jimmy is, hey, look at these guys. They're important, but you won't see particularly why until part 2. Like, okay, we know why Jimmy's important, but I'm still wondering what's going to be his big shtick in all this. Like, I don't know, maybe something to do with the princess or whatnot, like... Maybe he'll reveal that he took the princess somewhere safe or something.
From what I've heard, apparently the extended version of part 2 gives him has him do something cool. But I can tell that the PG-13 version, once again, he does nothing.
Oof.
So hopefully the extended version will fix that. We'll see.
Imagine if they had just gotten Anthony Hopkins to just stand around in Mask of Zorro instead of, having him do all the cool stuff.
Isn't that what he does in Transformers 5?
Yes,
that's another thing.
Yes, and I hate that movie.
Yeah, that movie. I mean, I still don't think that movie is nearly as bad as people say, considering Revenge of the Fallen exists. But I will concede that, yeah, Anthony Hopkins is also phenomenally wasted in that movie. Yeah.
Like, now's not the time to talk about that movie. Its time will come. But yeah, no, like, you got Anthony Hopkins to play essentially a character who, yes, looks cool visually. I cannot stress enough, the visuals are good in this, but at the end of the day, I guess he shot someone to save Sam, and then after that, he does stuff. He helps fix the ship, which from what I hear is a big improvement from him doing practically bupkis in the original cut, and basically poses for scenes that look like they would fit in a trailer, more or less. Now, to speak a bit more positively, Nemesis is flipping awesome. Again, for the most part, I'm interested in the characters. What ranges for me is how well or undercooked they feel. Kai was an interesting betrayal, I'll give him that. But he could have been better if we had gotten to know him better too. Or at least think we knew him better, essentially. Like, I like his betrayal scene, but I do think it could have been better. As for how I feel about the movie as a whole... Okay, I'll admit, I felt like I was prepped to really dislike this one, given all the build-up. Part of me wonders if maybe it's not as bad as I heard, but at the same time, I can get the critiques in that this movie, when you, like, okay, separate this movie from the cool action scenes and, you know, the cool violence and whatnot, and maybe this or that, this movie does not feel like much on its own, essentially. Like, that is my biggest problem with the movie. Now, if you're riffing on it, you might have a better time, but for me, I'll admit, a lot of it did feel like I was checking my watch, metaphorically, waiting for when the big stuff hits, and, well, it kind of arguably doesn't. That said, apparently Noble is still going to be the big bad for the sequel, even though I feel like you've more or less done all you can with him, like, gave him an epic death scene and everything. That being said, if his revival is to show what that weird crying child machine can do, fair props, especially since he does work as a familiar threat. Nonetheless, though, I feel like this is all something that could have been done better. And apparently a lot of people agreed, because, like, from what I've seen, even a lot of Snyder's fans weren't having a great time with this, and apparently things didn't get much better with the sequel. As far as we all know, there was little to no interference outside of whatever interference caused them to have to make the PG-13 film. But even with this directorial cut, this was apparently all his vision of what he could fit in. So, like, for the first time, we know for sure there was no interference unless someone's lying. And what he has to show for it is not the best. Maybe things will pick up with the second part, but I'm not angry, just disappointed.
Yeah, that's the main thing for me. Like, if Zack Snyder was just as brilliant as the Snyder cult says he is, like, isn't it about time we got a movie as good as Watchmen? Because I'm still waiting for a Zack Snyder movie that's as good as Watchmen.
Like, I liked Army of the Dead, and assuming Army of Thieves was his baby in a sense, he does have it in him to make a very good and entertaining flick, but this just ain't it. That said, I will agree with Tio that the music is definitely one of the composer's better scores. I don't particularly find it amazing, but it works well for the film, especially during the final battle scene, which has some of the best music. The actors are giving it their all, and yes, Ray Fisher's character was wasted. Like, it's neat that he got a good sacrifice, and maybe him dying earlier was meant to catch us off guard, but I'd rather have not gone through with that, honestly. Like his death and replacement by, as far as I know, a nameless character was weird and jarring. Enough said. Yeah. So yeah, like I said, with Rebel Moon, I'm just disappointed. If I'm riffing on this, I can have a good time, but I really don't see any other reason to come back to this.
Alright. Teo, go ahead.
I'm gonna be. You think I'm crazy, but I have to be honest. This is probably the best Zack Snyder movie since House of Gahul to me. And yes, I'm including also Army of the Dead because I don't know. It's just more appealing to look at, and there's a story that interests me more compared to the stuff that is in between. Again, I was not. I remind you, I did not hate it that much. His own version of Justice League. But again, that's him playing with licensed characters, while in DC this is more of an original story. Again, original in terms of, characters you can choose from. We know that the template is from Seven Samurai, of course. But in the mythology, the creation, the world building, that's all of his stuff. And honestly, that's something that I was more interested in than, even stuff like Army of the Dead. Sure, Army of the Dead might be more technically competent and it has less mistakes in it, but between the two, this is the movie that I'm actually more interested in, with the mythology that's created in. Not sure how much more I can add because most of the stuff I said in the actual commentary. I can say that I can look forward to see what part 2 does.
Yeah, same for me. I may not have cared for this movie as much, but I am interested to see where it goes, which is more than I can say for a lot of other movies that just let me down altogether.
Pedro.
For me, it's one of those things where, okay, let me start with the positive stuff. Like Theo said, yes, Tom Wolkenborg's music is probably one of his better scores. I still think one of the better Tom Wolkenborg scores is still not exactly anything to write home about, but credit where credit is due, I guess. I feel like, oh God, who did the music for Owls of Gahoo? Because I feel like that composer would be better. The point is, the music is better than Tom's previous efforts, but that's not saying much, in my opinion.
David Hirschfelder.
Okay, I would have liked him to do another movie of these because I feel like his style was overall better. But whatever. The point is, okay, so that's it. Like Jova said, the actors are giving it their all, and I have no problem with them. They're not the problem. And like I've said, when it comes to the extended cut specifically, I will give it credit that there's more. The chorus flashback is extended to provide more info, and the 18-minute prologue that was added, at the very least, gave what's his name, Aris, the boy. I forgot his name.
Yes, Aris.
Aris gave Aris a proper backstory. So that he does, because like I said, in the PG-13 version, his revolt against the soldiers literally comes out of nowhere, with no build-up, no context. Like he just randomly betrays the soldiers just cause, right? So in here, it's actually given a proper reason for it. So I mean, so I do. So that's definitely the best improvement of this extended version. Definitely, I will give it credit there. What else? The action scenes. The action scenes can be cool, but like me and Jova have said, I do think Zack is a bit too trigger happy with the slow-mo. And trust me, just getting started on that. We have part 2 to go through as well. Especially considering how the whole part 2 has a lot more action than this movie, so you can imagine that. But yeah, that's about it. Like, and I do think there's a fun factor to this movie in terms of watching it with people on a B movie night, because I feel like this movie has a lot of stuff that's easy to make fun of. Although again, the second part is even better on that. But yeah. Aside from that, that's all the positives I can take, though, because once again, as I keep going on with these extended cuts of Zack Snyder movies, this is the original film extended. Now, like I've said, some of the extensions are indeed improvements. Like I've said, there's still no way you could not have streamlined this to, at the very least, 2 hours and 45 tops.
Or make it a mini series.
Yeah. I was going to say that earlier, but I forgot.
It does feel like it could have been suited for a mini series.
I will definitely say this as well. Yeah, this franchise would have worked a lot better as a Netflix series rather than a Netflix series of movies. Because if you made it a proper series where each episode is like 40 minutes, then you could have the slow pacing and the slow setup would have been far more justified. Because trying to compress all this shit into a single movie doesn't work as well as if you do it on TV episodes. Because with TV episodes, you consume them differently. It's 40 minutes at a time, right? In a movie, this doesn't work as well. Again, movie pacing and TV show pacing work differently. As a movie, it does become to a problem where, again, a lot of I feel like, okay, how about this? The original film was 2 hours and 14 minutes. You could easily have added 30 minutes into that to add the prologue that they added here, because it's definitely a necessity. Add that in, as well as maybe the extended thing for Korra. A lot of this other stuff here feels like it goes on for long. Even the prologue, for as necessary as it was, even the prologue went on for longer than it needed to. And yes, I have to once again talk about the slow-mo, because like I said, 15 minutes and 44 minutes of slow motion. Like by toning down the slow motion, not saying you should remove all of it, but by using it more sparingly, you could have also helped with the pacing and the runtime by doing that. Because like even Jova said this, that it starts to get to a point where Zack Snyder uses the slow motion for every action scene, and it feels like a crutch. And yes, slow motion, like I said, slow motion can look cool. I love Tenet, so trust me, I can love slow motion. It's not the issue. The thing is, I feel Zack Snyder uses slow motion too much and too often. And I feel like if he used it more sparingly, like for example, I feel like the way that he did the Nemesis action scene against the spider was good, where there was slow mo in that scene, but it was used sparingly. Most of it was in regular motion. Right? If he did all the action scenes like that one, then this would be better. But again, every time there's a gunfight, slow motion. Like it's all in slow motion. And trust me, in part 2, we're gonna see heavy use of slow mo, even in scenes that are not action sequences. Look forward to that. But yeah, Zach needs to calm down with the slow motion. To go back to the movie itself. The world building / mythology. It's really hard for me to care because, like, Zack Snyder just is not particularly very good at this, in my opinion. Yes, he has a lot of cool visual concepts that could potentially be cool in this, but we don't get any elaboration on it. Like I've said, the planets. We don't really get proper fleshing out of much of the planets. The planets feel like they're just spots for you to visit, so you can get the characters, and that's it. A lot, like we still don't know anything about. Like we still know, like when it comes to James doesn't do anything. The thing about how the Empire works, that's fine. The thing that Cora tells us in her flashback, right? That one's fine, but then you get stuff like, for example, like Tarek, Tarek's thing with the Griffin. Okay, so he has animal empathy apparently, but that doesn't even become his gimmick because we're not going to see it after this. So it just feels like something that was just random, you know. The world doesn't feel particularly believable to me because, again, the movie doesn't really do a good job fleshing out each individual location that we go to. Whereas when you go back to the Star Wars trilogy, it felt like there was a good amount of understanding of how things were done. Like when we go, Obi-Wan explains to Luke how Mos Eisley is and everything, and we get to see things. Hell, even in the special editions, for as much as I don't care much for those, the special edition added extra scenes where we see more people in the background doing things, which adds to it, right? So I don't find the world particularly interesting. This is no Final Fantasy 16 or anything of the sort. So I appreciate that the world building in this movie, like Theo said, can be way cooler conceptually than something like Army of the Dead, which is, for as decent as it is, it still boils down to just being a zombie movie, right? But I want to see more proper elaboration. I want to see, because most of these concepts are just just concepts. They are not properly fleshed out to me. The characters are just like, okay, Cora is fine. Cora is fine as a protagonist. She's not great, I get necessarily, but at least they bothered to give her a proper backstory and all that good stuff. Okay, cool. After that, we have Kai, and Kai is just like, I don't care about Kai. The movie did, in my opinion, a poor job making him an interesting character because, like I said, in order for the betrayal doesn't have much impact to me because, again, if they had made me invested in the character, then I would have felt just as betrayed as the characters. But his betrayal just feels like, okay, it happens. Okay, moving on, and I don't particularly care much. As for the other characters, like I said, Nemesis is cool, like Shova said. She's still not particularly interesting, but again, they're going to try to fix that in part 2. We'll get to that. But she looks cool. She has cool weapons, but that's about it. Gunner, he's there, and I love how we have that one scene of apparently somewhere at one point Cora and Gunner got closer, even though we didn't see any of that. But whatever. That's it. What else? Tarek. Okay, Tarek has this thing with the Griffin, and then after that, he basically is just along for the ride. The General does nothing in this movie. So, yeah.
He shoots. He scores.
Yeah, technically speaking, all of the heroes do fight in the final fight anyway.
Oh, they do.
Sure.
They do. To be fair, yes. I'm talking about in terms as a character, in terms of but again, to be fair, part 2 is meant to serve that purpose. But what else? We have Ray Fisher's character. I don't like how they handled Ray Fisher. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say that Zack Snyder is racist. That's not what I'm saying. Ray Fisher, of course, would be in a much better position to tell you that than me, of course. That being said, for as much praise as Ray Fisher gives him, I feel like this feels disappointing exactly because of that. Because I was expecting this movie to give Ray Fisher a really awesome, badass role to make up for how Joss Whedon treated him in Justice League, right? Especially because, like we've said, Ray Fisher was the best part of the Snyder Cut, right? So I was expecting Ray Fisher to play a really badass role, and he's even called Darian Bloodaxe, for fuck's sake. So he's going to be a badass role. There's going to be a lot of cool stuff, and he's going to help a lot in the fight against the Empire to save the village, right?
Again, even judging by the villain's dialogue at the beginning, his sister is more important.
I get that. It's just that I don't know. I wanted to see more. Okay, how about this?
Okay, you've seen part 2. Is this a supposedly, again, without having to say spoilers, is this supposed to be an establishment about anyone can die?
Not particularly.
Okay.
Let me.
From what Pedro mentioned, we apparently don't even get a reaction from his sister in the sequel.
That's not what I meant. What I meant is the idea that anyone can die in this story, so, you have to be ready for any of them. There's no plot armor, basically.
And it seemed to establish that characters don't have plot armor. Let me put it this way. If that was the intent, then just kill his friend that comes along with him. In the first Matrix, they sacrifice Switch and what's the other guy's name? I forgot his name. The other guy that also gets those. Switch is that girl that gets killed by Cypher, in the first Matrix, and there's the other dude that also gets killed by him pulling the plug. That's what I'm talking about, right? The reason in the first Matrix, that scene in the first Matrix is meant to be the lack of plot armor scene. To establish that these characters are not immortal, they can be killed.
It kind of varies because you can kind of tell when a story is presenting a very expendable type of character that serves exactly that kind of purpose, and it kind of has become a point of contention in recent years to say how much a character is just like that and unexpendable. With Ray Fisher's character, you can kind of tell that it was supposed to be maybe more, so that makes his death more significant because it means that no one is safe.
I guess. For me, it's just one of those things. I think Darian Bloodaxe was actually one of the more potentially really cool characters, and I wish I could have gotten to see more of him. It's more so because, let me put it this way: if it's mostly because he's the last one to join and the first one to die, so as a result, doesn't get any time to do much of anything in the movie outside of that one sacrificial moment. And it just feels like a waste of a potentially cool character,
That I do agree with, especially since, if it were part of the final fight with Noble, that'd be one thing, but Noble's back just fine. I feel like if Darian had to die, at least maybe save it for the second movie so we could have at least had a good part of that where the whole team is finally together, whereas the whole team are barely together, and they already lose their first member pretty much the scene after he joins.
Yeah, that's the disappointing part. Like, I feel like we could have done more with this character. It feels like a waste to kill him already. But that's basically it. I don't particularly care much for the characters in this movie. I feel like they're not particularly well. Again, that's what I've said various times before. This is not a sucker punch level of train wreck. But it still shows that Zack Snyder needs to stop being involved in the writing of a screenplay. He's not good at script writing. He needs to go back to just, again, look at Army of the Dead in comparison. Army of the Dead is a movie where he only provided the story, not the script.
Although he did help write for Army of Thieves, and that turned out good.
That is true. That is true. So I guess, that being said, I do think he works better as an idea man than a script writer.
I think he can work as a writer, but like you mentioned, it's best when he's on a leash.
Yeah.
And we know that it's not gonna happen because of his ego.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's the problem. Like, because look at Watchmen. Like, Watchmen was back before he had... Okay, yes, he had 300 before Watchmen, technically, yes, and that was like his big magnum opus at the time. But he didn't have the notoriety still that he has nowadays when he made Watchmen. So at the time, he still had to actually answer to people at the time.
And it kind of showcased because of how the ending was changed.
Mm-hmm. And Watchmen, I still believe Watchmen is his best movie to this day, and I'm still waiting for him to match that one. Zack Snyder needs to be... that's the problem with Zack Snyder. Zack Snyder is not one of those filmmakers that is good at just being left to his own devices. He needs someone above him to tell him, brother, this stinks. You need to change some things here and there. But since, Zack clearly doesn't like that scenario, he doesn't like having someone there to tell him. Again, it's the like I said, like he needs to have someone that can help him when he has bad ideas. But since he surrounded himself with a bunch of yes men, it's not going to happen. Okay, the story itself. It's just an amalgamation of better movies, Star Wars and Seven Samurai. Everything you see here in this story has been done before multiple times and better in Star Wars movies and Seven Samurai, as well as movies that have been inspired by Seven Samurai, like Bug's Life, Magnificent Seven, so on and so forth, right? This kind of storylines have been done before and better plenty of times. So this just feels like a lesser version of that, amalgamated, So there's not that, like Taylor said, the one cool creative original thing that this movie has going for it is the world building and mythology potentially, but for the reasons I've already explained, that also is not great, which again, that would be fine for me if the storytelling. I'm hoping part 3 does something more creative instead of just being Discount Seven Samurai, because so far I'm not impressed. And I think that's basically it. I mean, the visuals look cool, although I still think, like I said before, I still really think he could try the color scheme he had in Owls of Ga'Hoole again, because I still think that was probably one of his better color schemes. Because Owls of Ga'Hoole looks really nice to look at. While still not, it's not like, while at the same time not being super duper cartoony and colorful. No, it has a good balance of being colorful, but still gritty, right? And I feel like that was really a good balance that he struck with that movie, visually speaking. And the iconic scene where the protagonist, I forgot his name, where he's flying through the rain in slow motion. That's actually one of the coolest Zack Snyder shots to me, right? They even used it in the trailer and everything, right? So if he could go back to that, especially with a movie like this that's meant to be a space opera, I feel like a space opera should be a bit more colorful than this. So I feel like the Owls of Ga'Hoole art style would have been a better fit for this personally, but that's just me. Yeah, that's it. Rebel Moon, Chalice of Blood.
Do you have an answer to the question I asked at the beginning?
Okay, I'm going to go with Jupiter Ascending because it's shorter.
Okay.
But both. Okay, how about this? Okay, let me put it this way. Jupiter Ascending is probably a worse movie.
Mm-hmm.
No, actually, you know what? Never mind. I'm taking that back. I'll take this over Jupiter Ascending because I can't at least have more fun with this one. Whereas Jupiter Ascending is just.
I feel like Zack Snyder has a much better hit/miss ratio than the Wachowskis.
Well, that's not my point. My point in comparing the two was establishing, a new sci-fi franchise, with, world building and everything. Like, which movie does a better job at it?
Oh, I definitely
okay.
feel like this movie did it better than that. It's not great, but Jupiter Ascending's world building is...
Let me put it this way: Jupiter Ascending technically has more developed world building than this. The problem is that the world building in that movie, is stupid and laughable.
What, you don't appreciate the fact that bees recognize royalty?
I understand what they were trying to do with that. It's just that the way it's presented in the movie is just silly. I understand what they're trying. I understand what they're trying to do. But it's not even just the bees. It's just like everything. The world building in that in that movie is just really dumb, and I can't take it seriously to save my life. Whereas this movie doesn't quite reach that level. So yeah, I guess I'll go with this one over Jupiter.
There's another comparison that I want to make, but I want to wait until I watch part 2 next time before making it.
Sure. That's it, everybody. Rebel Moon, Chalice of Blood. To the next time, where we end our Zack Snyder extravaganza with for now, yes, with the new part 2, which is now called what's it called?
Curse of Forgiveness.
Curse of Forgiveness. I can tell you that I have no idea how the hell is that title related to the plot.
It might be tied to the new posters that I'm using for the thumbnail. It depicts an actual good drawing, which I presume is for the princess. In one hand, she holds the Chalice of Blood. In the other, a symbol that represents a biblically accurate angel stabbing her hand. So maybe it's something like that, but I don't know about the symbology yet.
Given the importance of the princess, I'm definitely expecting we have not seen or heard the last from her.
Oh no, we're gonna see more of her. Don't worry.
So yeah.
See you, everybody.
See ya.